Welcome to the September 22nd, 2020 meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks. Ms. Clerk, can we do the roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Snedden.
Here.
Councilmember Friedman. Councilmember Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
And Mayor Murillo.
Here. And there's
And
Mr.
Councilmember
Friedman.
Thanks.
Thanks. Okay, we're all here. We have a couple of ceremonial items. Would you read number 1 into the record, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Item 1, 100th anniversary of the Santa Barbara Shrine Club, September 27th, 2020.
I'll go ahead and read the proclamation. It's a certificate of commemoration honoring Santa Barbara Shrine Club on its 100th anniversary. Whereas the Santa Barbara Shrine Club of all Molokai Shriners of Los Angeles was chartered on September 27, 1920, in a building at the corner of State and Haley Streets, and has been in operation since July 24, 1924, at 16 East Carrillo Street. And whereas most of this Shrine Club's members live in the Santa Barbara area and take pride in the community by participating in various local festivals and events. And whereas the Shrine Club supports the Shrines Hospitals for Children, well known to many Central Coast parents, shows the Fez in Santa Barbara's July 4th parade, and sponsors entries in the Old Spanish Days Fiesta Parade. And whereas many of our members have been and are notable in serving the community, Thomas Stork, civic leader, Norris Montgomery, and Harvey Nielsen, former mayors of the city, Dr. William Sansom, well-known physician, Burl Ives, singer and entertainer, as well as many others. And whereas this Shrine Club has faithfully and fraternally served the community of Santa Barbara for the last 100 years, now therefore I, Kathy Murillo, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, do hereby congratulate the Santa Barbara Shrine Club on its milestone 100th anniversary on September 27, 2020, and thank its members, past and present, for their numerous contributions to the Santa Barbara community over the past century. Is there someone on the call, Ms. Clerk, that would like to say a few words? And I also received a pin, so thank you for the pin from the group. The coin, it's a coin.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Jay Lockwood. Jay Lockwood, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, and guests. My name is Jay Lockwood. I am the Santa Barbara Shrine Club president. The Shriners, we've been around Santa Barbara since early 1915, participating in all kinds of local events and sharing the good news of the Shriners Hospital for the Children. In September 27, 1920, we officially became a charter club of the Alma Lake Shriners, which is headquarters down in Santa Barbara, in Los Angeles. And during that last 100 years or so, we've been very, very proud to be wearing the fez, be active in local communities for at least over 100 years. And we would like to thank you for this proclamation recognizing our contribution to the community, and we look forward to another 100 years of community service. So we thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lockwood, and it's El Maleka. Thank you so much for correcting me. Yay, thank you for all your good work. We have another item for ceremonial purposes, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, item 2, National Preparedness Month.
Okay, and it's another a proclamation. National Preparedness Month is September 2020. whereas National Preparedness Month creates an important opportunity for the City of Santa Barbara community to focus on preparing its homes, businesses, places of worship, schools, and institutions for any type of emergencies. And whereas the theme of this year's National Preparedness Month is Disasters Happen, Make a Plan Today. And whereas the City of Santa Barbara has seen numerous disasters in recent history, such as wildfires, debris flow, and currently the COVID-19 pandemic and various storms. And whereas emergency preparedness is the responsibility of every resident of the City of Santa Barbara, and all are urged to educate themselves and prepare for disasters and emergencies of any type. And whereas the City of Santa Barbara is committed to creating a culture of preparedness by continuing to focus various trainings to assist our community in being resilient. And whereas all residents of the City of Santa Barbara are encouraged to be informed, make a plan, build a disaster kit, and get involved in preparedness activities. Now, therefore, I, Mayor Kathy Murillo, do hereby proclaim September 2020 as National Preparedness Month and join the city's Office of Emergency Services, other emergency services providers, and other concerned citizens to build a more disaster-resistant community. And I would like to call on Liliana Encinas in our fire department to read the proclamation in Spanish. Thank you, Ms. Encinas.
Thank you, Mayor Murillo. El Mes Nacional de Preparación, septiembre de 2020. Considerando que el Mes Nacional de la Preparación crea una oportunidad importante para que la comunidad de la ciudad de Santa Bárbara se concentre en preparar sus hogares, negocios, lugares de culto, escuelas e instituciones para cualquier tipo de emergencia, y considerando que el tema del Mes Nacional de Preparación de este año es Los desastres no esperan, haga su plan hoy. Y considerando que la ciudad de Santa Bárbara ha sido testigo de numerosos desastres en la historia reciente, como incendios forestales, flujo de escombros y actualmente la pandemia COVID-19 y varias tormentas, y considerando que la preparación para emergencias es responsabilidad de cada residente de la ciudad de Santa Bárbara, y se insta a todos a que se eduquen y se preparen para desastres y emergencias de cualquier tipo. Y considerando que la ciudad de Santa Bárbara está comprometida a crear una cultura de preparación al continuar enfocando varias capacitaciones para ayudar a nuestra comunidad a ser resiliente. Considerando que se anima a todos los residentes de la ciudad de Santa Bárbara a estar informados, hacer un plan, construir un equipo de suministros para desastres y participar en actividades de preparación. Considerando que ahora, por lo tanto, yo, Kathy Murillo, en virtud de la autoridad que se me ha otorgado como alcalde de la ciudad de Santa Bárbara, California, por la presente, proclamo septiembre del 2020 como Mes Nacional de Preparación y me uno a las oficinas de servicios de emergencia de la ciudad, a otros proveedores de servicios de emergencia y a otros ciudadanos interesados para construir una comunidad más resistente a los desastres.
Thank you, Ms. Encinas. Ms. Gorman, we have public commenters for the ceremonial item on National Preparedness Month.
Madam Mayor, we do have hands raised, although they have had hands raised since earlier. I'm going to briefly lower all of the hands. If anyone wished to speak on this ceremonial item, please
Oh,
raise.
I thought I understood from Ms. McGlinchey that there might be someone to make a comment, but maybe I misheard that.
And we do have Mr. Milt Hess here who has raised his hand. So if anyone else who has called in who did wish to speak on the ceremonial item, please raise your hand again or send a comment through the app to me, please. Okay, we are going to use and it looks like Milt Hess has lowered his hand, and I'm just going to check our messages to see if there's anyone else who wished to speak. I don't believe so. It looks like we don't have any public speakers on this ceremonial item.
Is Ms. McGlinchey wanting to say a few words? We're happy to hear from her.
Yes, Mayor Murillo,
Hey.
this is Ms. McGlinchey, Emergency Services Manager with the City of Santa Barbara, and I just wanted to reemphasize the responsibility of all citizens, including the city, on being prepared. The city of Santa Barbara also has to be prepared. So we're working on emergency operation plans and local hazard mitigation plans and working with our other partners. And I wanted to give Liliana just a couple of minutes to say what we're doing about training.
Thank you, Ms. McGlinchey. Mayor Murillo and members of the council, thank you. I just wanted to highlight some of the efforts that we're doing here in the Office of Emergency Services for National Preparedness Month. We have conducted weekly safety tips that we share on our social media platforms and on our partners with Spanish language radio. We have partnered with the Food Bank of Santa Barbara and have and will continue for the rest of September to distribute emergency information packets in their food distribution sites in the city. We do have weekly messaging with our emergency call-in number, which is 805-897-2600, where the public can call and receive a weekly safety message. We are working collaboratively with City TV, and we're developing educational videos to demonstrate how we can be better prepared at home, which includes fire extinguisher use, smoke alarms, and carbon monoxide alarms, and how to properly install them, building a communication plan at home in case we are separated from our loved ones after a disaster. They will premiere in 2021. And we are also conducting a virtual fire safety house training for us to have in the elementary schools in lieu of the pandemic, and we cannot do it in person. So we're gonna have it in a virtual platform for our children in elementary schools. Thank you.
Great. Great. Thanks so much, Ms. Encina. Sounds like you have a good plan. We'll close this item, ceremonial items, Ms. Gorman, and we'll go to the next thing on our agenda, which is changes to the agenda. Mr. Casey, any changes?
No, Madam Mayor.
Okay, so that takes us to open public comment. This is the part of the meeting where we hear from the public on any subject that's not on our official agenda. So Mr. Hess, I think you're on for a library item later in the consent calendar. So hold your horses, and we'll open the public comment to general public comment. And we usually do 3 minutes, and we go for half an hour. And then I'll assess at 2:45 if we need to give a little more time to public comment. Ms. Clerk, are there people raising their hand?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have several people raising their hands, so I'm just going to call out some names and we'll get through to you. Our first speakers are Alan Gallegos, Christine Bourgeois, and Larry Bickford. Alan Gallegos, please go ahead.
Hi, Mayor Murillo and City Council. Thank you for this opportunity. Apologies for a few of you. Some of this is redundant, but I think it's worth repeating. As you are all aware, we have a case on 2918 and 2924 Reba Way where illegal grading has occurred, and those projects have been for about 2 years on stop work orders with an existing criminal case. The city is grappling with revocation, yet revocation is what should occur for these illegal abuses of the building codes. That's why I was a bit surprised in the grading ordinance meeting. We were talking a lot about how to determine the grading amounts. When I kind of wonder, does it matter? I mean, what's going to be pushed up to council talks about, 10 cubic yards to 50 cubic yards. But in the case of Reba Way, they, without site visits, said 0 grading would occur on one of the properties. So they wouldn't have been swept up into this anyway. Mr. Stuffler says the grading is mostly a trust issue. I would think that trust would be much more solid if you can hang permit revocation over the head of the applicant if they get it wrong. This way, going into a permit, they know clearly that they need to be accurate or risk starting over. I'm not sure the grading ordinance as it stands will change anything except for making it more costly for the city and more costly for law-abiding homeowners and builders, especially since the building department is struggling in helping the community on cases like the one on Ariba Way, where it is so clear-cut that the abuses taken by the applicant warrant the existing revocation process. Ariel in that meeting talked a little bit about why revocation is tough. He said that, if you don't win a case, loss of use could be costly for the city. In the case of Ariba Way, there's no loss of use. They've been renting the existing building that actually exists there since the beginning. And they've been on stop work orders for 2 years. So there's no loss of use if revocation occurs and they're asked to start over. So I just wanted to bring these issues to the attention of council, and I appreciate the opportunity to do that. So thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Christine Bourgeois, then Larry Bickford, William Walt. Next, we have Matt Lowe. Mr. Lowe, I'm not sure if you wish to speak on this or a later item. And I note that Mr. Lowe has asked that the agenda be read aloud, so I can go ahead and we'll read what we would otherwise read into the record. Mr. Lowe, I'm not sure which item you wish to speak on, so I will unmute you. You would come after William Walt if you wish to speak in public comment. And after Mr. Lowe, we'll have Katie, Mickey, and then Johnny. So next we have Christine Bourgeois. Christine Bourgeois, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Christine Bourgeois, and I would like to talk about State Street Promenade. As the Education Director for SB Bike and BC Central, I would like to share a cycling lesson that instructors teach in the school. It is called the Chaos Box. We chalk a small square on the blacktop, and we just give one instruction to the students. Ride your bike in the box, that's it. At first, it's very chaotic. There are some collisions, students frustrated, them might even fall, but very quickly, they realize that they need to set up some rules. They need to share the space if they want to keep playing. Well, right now, State Street Promenade feels like a chaos box. Streets are blocked by barriers. Some traffic lights are flashing. Signage is confusing and difficult to read. Businesses are taking over a lot of the public space. Pedestrians are walking wherever they want. And bicyclists have to try to find a path while respecting social distancing during a pandemic. No wonder some riders are angry and are showing their frustration with bad behavior in order to be heard by the community. I'm not supporting or encouraging dangerous behavior, but I understand where those young riders are coming from. Their public space has been taken away from them. I encourage the City of Santa Barbara to implement inclusive and fair rules regarding sharing public space during COVID-19, and to make traffic improvement on State Street Promenade as soon as possible, so the entire community can feel welcome, included, and safe. A major street like State Street should be made safe for everyone: pedestrians, skateboarders, bicyclists, and people in wheelchairs. Thank you so much.
Madam Mayor Pro Tem, Mayor Murillo got cut off temporarily, so if you could manage the meeting till she gets back online, that would be great.
Thank you, Mr. Casey, and thank you, Ms. Bourgeois. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Larry Bickford, then William Walt, then Matt Lowe, then Katie Mickey. Larry Bickford, please go ahead.
Okay, I had to unclick my mic. I'll be incredibly brief. I just wanted to encourage the council to adopt the Creek Division's proposed storm water permitting process. Creek Division has done an excellent job. You've got all the information in front of you. So thanks. They got it right. Keep up the good work.
Thank you, Mr. Bickford. And as a reminder, for items that are agendized, we'll have public comment when those items are up. So next speaker, please. We can't hear you, Ms. Gorman.
Sorry about that. Next speaker is Matt Lowe. Mr. Lowe, you are unmuted. If you did wish to speak on general public comment, you can go ahead and we'll give you a moment. Just so we're getting ready, our next speakers after Mr. Lowe are Katie Mickey, Johnny, Sean Mortland, Miriam Lenbeck, Sandra Castellino, and Leslie Weinstock. And I think we'll go on, but Mr. Lowe, we will leave you unmuted. Our next speaker is Katie Mickey. Katie Mickey, please go ahead.
Dear Honorable Mayor and City Council, I am here as a member of Safe Technology of Santa Barbara County to offer precedents well worth considering. Since December 2019, we have been informing you through public comment and private meetings of the hazards of small cell wireless facilities, including fire, property devaluation, and biologically harms, as well as the measures that can be adopted to prevent these harms. You have told us on many occasions your hands are tied. Santa Barbara City cannot stop the application and installation of small cell wireless facilities without legal backlash, but we can regulate them and we will include you in that process. 9 months later, small cell wireless facilities are popping up all over our town that pose a greater risk of fire for our neighborhoods and our high fire risk areas. Our state is on fire and we continue to wait for the Ordinance Committee to hear our recommendations and reel in the wild, wild west of telecom acquisition that is happening now in our city. We are here today to share the precedents of Encinitas and Sebastopol that refutes the mantra, your hands are tied. Encinitas has had no applications or installations for new small cell facilities since October 2019, and no 5G small cell antenna installations. That is 11 months of avoidance by the telecom industry. How did they do it? Encinitas City Council and Ordinance Committee listened to the recommendations of and met regularly with their residents. In October, they adopted 29 regulatory measures into their telecom protective ordinance. Those protective measures were enacted to keep residents safe. We call on you to do the same. We ask you to adopt strong protections for our residents in high fire hazard areas before we face another fire disaster as the many we have lived through. Our community wildfire protection plan is analyzing sources of ignition. We would like to add to that list small cell wireless facilities. In my email version of these comments, I include a link that lists cell towers that have caught fire. Cellular antennas placed close to trees and vegetation, particularly if they are dehydrated, thin-leaved, high in terpentine, aromatic oil secretion, or near poles, utility poles overhead, put that site at risk of igniting. We ask you to consider the requirements that are listed in the Encinitas and Sebastopol ordinances. I include that also in my email. In addition, we have engaged Mark Pollock, an attorney, to work with the Ordinance Committee in adopting the best measures possible for the city of Santa Barbara. He has a strong track record in this area of law, working with other cities. We
Thanks,
request
Ms.
that you
Mickey.
work with him to protect our city, wildlife, and residents.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Sean Mortland, then Miriam Lindbeck, Sandra Castellino, and Leslie Weinstock. Sean Mortland. I don't see Sean Mortland, so we can come back to him. Miriam Lindbeck.
For me.
Oh, is that Mr. Lowe? Go ahead.
Yes, it is.
Perfect. Go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Welcome back. We've missed you. Thank you for public comment today and the acknowledgement for the things of this month. I guess I would like to bring to attention the need for a better system once again, as we again noticed today. I talked with a representative, Matt Four, and he said that GoToMeeting is going to have updates for accessibility by the end of September. And if they don't, then the contract is going to be pushed to be terminated. So I guess I would encourage you, as somebody who this directly impacts and who participates quite regularly at City Council, that this be followed up on and that there are more accessible programs and apps out there to be used. And it would be really appreciated by me as, you know, a way of voting with your dollar as somebody that is really invested in this community. And I hope you would invest in me. Anyway, then with that also said, I would like to speak about a couple other items. I'm not sure if they're on the agenda, but the topic of community stabilization that was brought up towards the end of last month, I'd like to bring that to the table again and really show that there was a lot of community members behind it. And a lot of the emails were sent to a wrong email address. And so we would really appreciate to uplift community stabilization during the time of COVID for our renters in our community to have secure and stable housing in our community. And then also the Finance Committee report or meeting that took place last Tuesday, just more transparency for the community so that way we know the meetings to be involved in. We were shocked that the meeting took place at its particular time and without any awareness. So thank you for that. And I'll be commenting later at another, at item 17.
Thanks, Mr. Lowe. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Miriam Lindbeck, then Sandra Castellino, then Leslie Weinstock. Miriam Lindbeck, please go ahead.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Madam Mayor and City Council. I'm reading this letter into the record. Today, every possible measure we know must be taken to secure maximum fire protection. Our fire department through the CWPP is in the process of redefining our high fire hazard areas and zones necessitated by intensified and more frequent fires fueled by human influence, drought, and climate change. Research shows that the average length of a wildfire season is 105 days longer today than in the 1970s, and the average of acres burned increased from less than 1/2 million to over 2 million. The IQ Air Visual 2019 World Air Quality Report found that because of severe wildfires, several California suburbs occupied 25 out of the 30 spots in the most polluted regional cities for 2019. Our fire department reported that in 2019, we saw a 50% increase in electrically caused fires. On January 28, 2019, the LA Times reported equipment owned by California's 3 largest utilities ignited more than 2,000 fires in 3.5 years, a time span in which state regulators cited and fined the companies 9 times for electrical safety violations. In the 2007 fire in Malibu, not only was Edison's equipment at cause, so was the equipment of 3 cellular companies. The California Public Utilities Commission Director of Safety and Enforcement stated in the LA Times, they review an average of 120 incidents a year of potential violations by various types of utilities and not just electrical. They failed in thousands of instances over a 5-year period to conduct timely inspections and repairs. These considerations call for more responsibility from our cities and our surrounding cities. To work at the level we can is imperative, and I think a partnership with all of our neighboring jurisdictions is now an imperative. And we understand that whatever precedents we establish in our city ordinance with the wireless regulatory ordinance impacts all of our surrounding areas. So thus we ask for very special measures in this ordinance, oversight authority with the fire prevention department, monitored automatic fire notification and extinguishing systems, and that in these very high fire areas and zones, that fiber optic to the premises be installed to every home and building, which will avert fire hazards related to personal communication services. And I thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Sandra Castellino, then Leslie Weinstock. Sandra Castellino, please go ahead. Ms. Castellino, please go ahead. We'll come back to Ms. Castellino. Next speaker is Leslie Weinstock. Leslie Weinstock, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Leslie Weinstock. I live in a very high risk fire area in Santa Barbara. We are in the mandatory evacuation zone. Safe Technology for Santa Barbara County, formerly 5G Free Santa Barbara, would like to continue our conversation about amending your draft telecom ordinance and adding specific regulations for fire prevention, especially in high-risk fire zones. We can save you time and money by sending you more information, including the Encinitas and Sebastopol telecom ordinances. We have technical, health, and legal experts available and ready to meet with you. As you know, SoCal Edison and PG&E have not maintained their poles and are responsible for some of the worst California fires and deaths. We are seeing more power line, power pole, and small cell wireless communication facility fires. These sites use high wattage and voltage and produce substantial heat. If there are any equipment or cooling system functions, an electromagnetic fire can occur by spontaneously combusting, especially when antennas are close to trees and vegetation. Malfunctions can be caused by arcing, strong winds, seismic events, slides, heavy rains, and collisions. We ask you to amend your draft wireless ordinance to involve the fire department to oversee, approve, or disapprove small wireless facility applications and permits, and to require an automatic remote power cutoff switch for every small cell wireless facility. The cost of wireless facility fire investigations should be paid by industry. Residents in high fire zones should have fire optics to the premises to eliminate tower-related fire hazards. As the fire season continues, the longer we wait without regulations, more cell antennas will be approved. Time is of the essence. Please meet with us and our attorney. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is William Walt, then Sandra Castellino. William Walt, please go ahead. Mr. Walt, you can unmute yourself. Click on the microphone.
Hello?
There you go.
Hello? Yes, Reverend Mayor.
We can hear you.
Hello? Okay. So I've heard there's been some talk about remodeling the downtown corridor a bit. I've been a landscaper in this town for some 50 years and noticed that some of those palm trees in the wooden boxes, they could sure use a good drink of water, and I hope someone's going to get around to that. It would be great to change some of the downtown corridor and make it more publicly accessed, like the Santa Monica Promenade. Perhaps that would be done. But my main concern is this 5G incident that I find is going through the city. Because of the COVID problem and the stay-at-home order, I had to stay home a lot. Generally, I'm out, I'm very active, I'm a surfer, a swimmer, I'm a landscaper. I enjoy being outside, but I stayed home during this time and I became sick with some conditions that concerned me. And after 5 months of research, I find out that the reason is because of all the meters of my unit, all the Wi-Fi smart meters are just below my unit on a wall. And this has had a health effect on me. And I have spoken to several experts. I have had 2 experts in my rental, and I today spoke with some national expert people, and doctors as well in town have said it's very likely this could happen. So when I hear about this 5G being rolled in, that concerns me even more. And I, doubted this in the beginning. I thought, well, this is pretty far out, and maybe these people talking about this are really kind of loony. But I'm a example of what EMF pollution, electromagnetic wave pollution can do to our health. And so I hope that the city at some time can really seriously look at this and see what Sebastopol and Encinitas or this other place down south, the town where Ravi Shankar lived actually for many years. So thank you. And, I hope you can help keep our city clean from these very intense magnetic waves that even though you can't see them, they are there and they have a health effect on you at some subtle level, whether it be cellular or telomeres. And it may take several decades for this science to come out and be proven in the health industry. There's over 21,000 articles written in Europe about this kind of a pollution with cell phone towers and et cetera. Anyway, thank you so much. God bless Santa Barbara.
Thanks. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Sandra Castellino. Sandra Castellino, you are unmuted. You can unmute yourself by clicking on the green, clicking on the red microphone. It will turn green. Okay, Ms. Castellino was our final speaker in public comment.
Thanks so much, Ms. Clerk. So we'll close public comment with thanks to everyone for participating. We move to our consent calendar, and Ms. Gorman, this week we're not going to forget to ask for public comment. So if you want to make public comment on any of the consent calendar items, raise your hand, let Ms. Gorman know. But in the meantime, she's going to read some items predestined for reading. Thank you.
Very good. And Madam Mayor and Council, I'm actually going to read the entirety of the consent calendar. I promise somewhat briefly to address some accessibility issues to make sure that Mr. Lowe.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Consent calendar item 3, introduction of CEQA guidances ordinance. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Title 22 of the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by the addition of Chapter 22.100 relating to environmental review. Item 4, adoption of resolution for acceptance of a permanent easement for the West Carrillo Street Lighting and Traffic Signal Upgrades Project. Recommendation that Council A, adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving acquisition of and accepting a permanent easement for public roadway purposes over a portion of real property located at 631 West Carrillo Street. B, approve the allocation of available appropriations in the Traffic Safety and Capacity Improvements Program in the Measure A Capital Fund in the amount of $50,000 and authorize the transfer of such funds to the Streets Grant Capital Fund and approve an increase in appropriations and estimated revenues in the Streets Grant Capital Fund in the amount of $50,000 funded by the transfer for a portion of the design and right-of-way costs not covered by the grant. And C, approve the allocation of available appropriations in the Pavement Maintenance Program in the Measure A Capital Fund in the amount of $93,372 and authorize the transfer of such funds to the Streets Grant Capital Fund and approve an increase in appropriations and estimated revenues in the Streets Grant Capital Fund in the amount of $93,372, funded by the transfer for a portion of the right-of-way costs not covered by this grant. Next item is number 5, adoption of resolution approving an integrated resource plan for the Santa Barbara Clean Energy Community Choice Aggregation Program. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving an integrated resource plan for the Santa Barbara Clean Energy Community Choice Aggregation Program. 6, adoption of resolution approving license agreement for joint trash enclosure at City Parking Lot 9 and El Centro Building. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving a license agreement for a joint trash enclosure at City Parking Lot 9, 916 State Street, 900 State Street, and 21 East Cannon Perdido Street. Item 7, adoption of resolution of new green building policy for municipal buildings. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara adopting a new municipal green building policy for city-owned and operated buildings. 8, authorization of the First Amendment to the Kachuma Project Member Unit Agreements. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing execution of the First Amendment to the Kachuma Project Member Unit Contract between the Santa Barbara County Water Agency and the City of Santa Barbara. Item 9, Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act, TEFRA, resolution for tax-exempt bonds to be issued by the Colorado Health Facilities Authority, portion of which will be used to finance a project at the Samarkand located at 2550 Treasure Drive. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara approving the issuance of revenue bonds by the Colorado Health Facilities Authority in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $90 million, a portion of which in a principal amount not to exceed $2 million will be used to finance the construction, renovation, remodeling, and or equipment of certain facilities owned or operated by Covenant Living Communities and its services, FKA, Covenant Retirement Communities, Inc., and or one of its affiliates, Covenant Living West, DBA, Covenant Living at the Samarkand, located in the city of Santa Barbara, California, and certain other matters relating thereto. Item 10, fiscal year 2021 interim financial statements for the 1 month ending July 31st, 2020. Recommendation that the council adopt the fiscal year 2021 interim financial statements for the 1 month ending July 31st, 2020. Item 11, fiscal year 2020 through 21 agreement for operation of a county-wide library system. Recommendation that council A, approve and authorize the city administrator to execute an agreement for operation of a county-wide library system for fiscal year 2021 between the county of Santa Barbara and the cities of Santa Barbara, Santa Maria, Goleta, and Lompoc. B, increase estimated revenues in the FY 2021 county library budget by $280,388. C, decrease estimated revenues in the fiscal year 2021 general fund library department by $1,754. Item 12, sublicense agreement, Valley Peak Communications Facility for Public Safety Radio Communications. Recommendation that Council A, approve the sublicense agreement between the city and county of Santa Barbara to occupy and use a portion of Santa Cruz Island, known as Valley Peak, for the operation of a communications facility entered into in accordance with the master license between the county and the Nature Conservancy. And B, authorize the fire chief to execute the sublicense agreement. 13, contract with Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce to support visitor information center operations and economic development. Recommendation that council authorize the city administrator to execute an annual community promotion contract with the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce in an amount of $56,525 to support year-round expenses of the Visitor Information Center and $25,000 for economic development assistance, for a total contract amount of $81,525, covering the period from July 1, 2020 to July 30th, 2021. Item 14, approval of 5-year pre-qualified professional engineering firms for water resources facilities support. Recommendation that Council A, approve pre-qualifying professional engineering firms to provide on-call engineering services for the Water Resources Division's water and wastewater facilities for 5 years, expiring September 30th, 2025. And B, authorize the Public Works Director to execute 17 5-year master agreements with selected firms at an amount not to exceed $350,000 each. And notices 15, received a letter of resignation from Neighborhood Advisory Council member Brittany Heaton. The vacancy will be part of the City Advisory Group's recruitment. And item 16, received a letter of resignation from Rental Housing Mediation Board member Dan Kreider. The vacancy is already part of the current City Advisory Group's recruitment. And that's the end of the consent calendar, Madam Mayor.
Thanks, Ms. Clerk. Are there any city council members that wanted to pull an item from the consent calendar and ask questions or make a remark? Ms. Clerk, is there any member of the public with their hand raised to speak on the items in the, any of the items on the consent calendar? And we'll just take them as they come. I generally like to go in numerical order for the sake of order, but whoever you call on will take that item.
And Madam Mayor, I do not see any hands raised. I'm going to check in one other place to see if we have any public comment requests. In the meantime, Mr. Matt Lowe, I just want to give him an opportunity. Mr. Lowe, you are unmuted. If you did have any public comment on those items, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, it was item 17, and it was the website recommendation for money to redo the website. And I appreciate the call to redo the website and just encouraging that there's involvement in the community and the appropriate consultants to provide whether the website is going to be inclusive moving forward. Sorry, there's some services going on out front.
It's okay.
And that there would be a kind of a greater inclusion process, that this would kind of set a precedent for community development, that we would understand community for the sake of community. I studied, I got a master's in community development, and that was the foundational question that we asked. So I think that's something that we need to ask of our city and our community development associations within the city and for greater inclusion. So continue to move forward with redoing the website and keeping account with GoToMeeting. Thank you. I'm sorry about the noise.
That's okay. I hope everything's okay over there. That's an item on our administrative agenda, but we'll keep in mind your comments when we get to that. And now we're on the consent calendar. Ms. Clerk, thanks, Matt. That's okay. Mr. Lowe, thank you. Ms. Clerk.
Madam Mayor, we do also have a hand raised from Mr. Mildhess. And Mr. Lowe, I'm going to go ahead and just mute you right now.
Mr. Hess probably wants to speak on the library item.
Mr. Hess, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Murillo and council members. Good afternoon. My name is Milt Hess, and I am chair of the City Library Board, and I'm also Santa Barbara's representative on the County Library Advisory Committee. I am speaking today on the agenda item 11 on the consent calendar about the agreement with the county for Santa Barbara to provide library services in Zone 1. In March, I briefed you, all of you, on a study that I had done of equity issues in the funding of library services in the county. I recently updated the analysis with data from Black Gold as of the 9th of September, and basically nothing has changed. I'm here today to draw your attention to the table on page 4 of the agreement and to highlight the continued inequities. The table on page 4 shows the population assigned to each of the 4 zones. The county's per capita allocation of $7.80 is based on these population figures. And if you look at it, you'll see that Zone 1 is credited with roughly 122,000 residents, while Zone 4, Goleta, is credited with roughly 118,000 residents, a difference of a little over 3%. Yet, Zone 4 was serving just 1/3 the number of cardholders as Zone 1. So roughly the same county funding for 1/3 of the cardholders. The population allocation between these 2 zones is seriously unbalanced, and there's more. There's an imbalance of roughly 7,000 cross-zone cardholders between zones 1 and 4. A cross-zone cardholder lives in one zone and uses a different zone's library. This is not a problem elsewhere in the county, but it is a problem for us. There are roughly 9,000 Zone 4 residents holding Zone 1 cards, but just 2,000 Zone 1 residents holding Zone 4 cards. So Zone 4 is receiving the county's allocation for these 7,000 excess cardholders that are using Zone 1 libraries. And these are not just people living on the outskirts of Santa Barbara. Fully 1/3 of the cardholders in zip code 93117, the city of Goleta, hold Zone 1 library cards. Santa Barbara is providing the service for these folks while Zone 4 is receiving the county's funding. This agreement may be a fait accompli for this year. It's already September, but I encourage a renegotiation for next year. If we don't change the situation, we'll be having the same conversation a year from now. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Hess, for bringing that to our attention. Any other speakers for consent calendar items, Ms. Clerk?
Madam Mayor, no. No further speakers
Okay.
on consent.
Ms. Snedden, question or comment? You need to unmute, or someone needs to unmute you, maybe. Ms. Gorman?
Thank you. I kept pushing the key, but it didn't unmute. I did have a question about Mr. Hess's comments there. And is it too late to press for renegotiation of this, or do we approving this on consent now? It would be. I'm interested in how we can open that conversation with the county about this inequity and what we can do on that front.
Let's hear if Mr. Casey or if Ms. Cadiente, our library director, has comments in response to what you're asking.
Thank you.
Ms. Cadiente, welcome to the meeting. What say
Good
you?
afternoon, Mayor Murillo, Councilmember Snedden. The county approved the contract already with the Board of Supervisors for this fiscal year, so we do need to approve this in order to receive the funding. And I suggest that we look to the next fiscal year to open up those negotiations.
Thank you.
Well, Ms. Snedden, I was gonna, after the meeting, going to check with Eric Friedman, as he's our library liaison, but we'll find someone to take the lead and charge ahead on that one. Thanks, Ms. Cadian. Thanks, Ms. Cadian. Thanks, Ms. Snedden. Mr. Casey?
Yeah, just to chime in really quick on that. Also, we've been notified that the city of Carpinteria is seriously exploring going their own way with a library service as well, the City of Carpinteria Council. So that whole conversation, including the funding per zone, is definitely going to be an issue for this upcoming year. So it is on our radar. We will be engaging. Thanks.
Thank you. So we're still on the consent calendar, and if there's no further objection, we'll waive further reading, and I'll entertain a motion to move the consent calendar forward. Mr. Jordan?
Madam Mayor, I'll make the motion to move the consent calendar.
Thanks.
Second.
And a second from Ms. Snedden. If there's no other discussion, the clerk will take a roll call vote. Thank you.
This is a motion on the entirety of the consent calendar. Motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Snedden. Councilmember Jordan.
Aye.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Snedden.
Yes.
Councilmember Frieden.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye, that's unanimous. We move our consent calendar items forward, close consent calendar, and then ask Mr. Gutierrez to come back and give us a report from the ordinance committee. How did it go?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We voted to push the amended grading ordinance forward to council for further discussion.
Thank you. So we'll go to item number 17. We're in good time here. Ms. Clerk, would you read number 17 into the record? And thanks.
Certainly. Item 17, prioritizing city website replacement project. Recommendation that Council A, direct staff to prioritize the website replacement project over implementation of the constituent relationship management application. B, approve the transfer of $160,000 from the constituent relationship management project to the website content management system project in the Information Technology Capital Fund to fund, project management services for the project, and C, direct staff to recommence work on the constituent relationship management project upon completion of the website replacement project.
Thanks. Mr. Four, are you ready to make your presentation?
I am. Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. Matt Four, I'm the Senior Assistant to the City Administrator, but currently overseeing the Information Technology Department. And we are here to talk about reprioritizing a couple of information technology capital projects. Specifically, we're asking for council's direction in relation to the city's website. Next slide, please. So to put it concisely in the statement of need, the website, as you are all aware, is the primary communication tool for a litany of users, for city residents, for businesses, for visitors. It is the primary vehicle for these groups to obtain information about the city, or to engage their city and elected officials on policy issues, to obtain services, whether it be through the library, through the airport, whether the waterfront, or through parks and rec programming, for example. And to obtain public safety information, all kinds of things. The list goes on and on and on. And we have upwards of about 1.2, 1.3 million users of the website every year. It's also the primary means of noticing public meetings, not just the city council, not just the council subcommittees, but the other 31 advisory boards and commissions that are set forth in our charter. The problem is, and really the crux of why we're here today, is that the city's website is increasingly fragile and unstable. And we really do, for all the reasons that I just laid out, we need to prioritize the replacement of that platform. Next slide. There are a number of circumstances that are driving the website, but there are really three of them. And I want to take us back several months to March. March was like for all of you and like for the other city departments, March of this year was rather eventful for information technology. On March 17th, in relation to the constituent relationship management application, staff brought to council and council approved a contract with Plant Moran, which is a national IT consulting firm, to provide project management services to the development and implementation of the CRM project. At that time, as of March, we had already conducted a needs assessment, issued an RFP, received double the number of responses that we really thought we might get. We got 17 of them. And we had a steering committee of staff and executive level management that were guiding that process. In short, we were making great progress on that project. And then COVID hit and the stay-at-home order and all of the chaos that ensued with that. So in that regard, in addition to the CRM project, IT staff, we kicked it into gear, getting our workforce working remotely, setting up public meetings in a process like we're conducting today for council and all the advisory committees to hold its, to do its business. So the final piece of that, just for context, at that time, when everything else is going on in March, that's when we really started to notice severe outages to the city's website. It's really impactful. It's impactful to, as I said, the residents, the businesses, tourists, and users, but also it harms public engagement. That's where we're posting meeting agendas. That's where we're notifying people who've signed up for automatic notifications that we posted an agenda, how and where and when to interact with their city. So that's a long way of saying in March of 2020, severe outages really took shape and really made us sit up and take notice to the vulnerabilities of the website. The second item is that the vendor support, Granicus is our vendor. The vendor support for the current content management system will end January 1st of 2020. And in capital planning terms, that's right around the corner. And so the other, and not to get too in the weeds, but one of the elements or one of the characteristics of this platform is that it's fairly out of the box. It's a fairly out of the box system where we set it up, we can architect some of it, but the real guts of the platform are proprietary. The code is proprietary. So while you have a very skilled IT staff, we by design are prohibited from getting in and troubleshooting and fixing problems. And we're completely reliant upon the vendor to do that. And so, so that is an element that adds some urgency to us replacing the website with another product. And right now, we've taken steps to stabilize the website and to have failovers, for example, for critical information where one piece of the website goes down, we can roll it over to another one and have some continuity, but that's not a sustainable fix. And so that's something that we want to thoroughly mitigate with the new product. The third circumstance that's driving this is IT capacity. And I'll get into the timeline in the next slide, but we have 2 positions that are responsible for all things web related. And so in the context of these 2 projects, the Constituent Relationship Management Program is a web-based application by design. It's what it is. So we had already programmed that to set aside and direct IT resources to that project. And now we have another huge lift with the website replacement, and we simply don't have the capacity to do that. And we wouldn't want to risk it with again, I'll keep saying by definition, by the 2 most public-facing applications we can have. One being the website, and the second being the CRM process, which is a 2-way interactive application between the constituents and the public and city processes. Next slide, please. So with those 3 circumstances, a confluence of those things, those are leaving us a resource gap. We don't have the staff, even with consultants, to lift up, launch, test, quality control, and ensure smooth delivery on those 2 things. I'll say that we planned this well. The fact that the website needs to be replaced was not a surprise. In fact, we knew that. And we had planned for that. We had programmed the website replacement into the 2021 IT capital budget. It was coming. What surprised us in this regard was the fragility and the increasing instability of the platform. The other item is, again, going back to COVID. When COVID hit and the stay-at-home order hit, and we start as a city looking at rapidly declining revenues, this was one of the capital projects that we put on hold from a cash flow perspective and from a cost savings perspective, while the city as an organization got its arms around and could manage manage that revenue issue. As I said before, we didn't sit idle. While that was on hold for revenue issues, we were doing 2 things. One was stabilizing the website to the greatest extent possible that we could and setting up those failover pages, but also getting this city to work remotely given the COVID circumstance, and even doing things like launching electronic signatures for contracts and documents so that we could accommodate the social distancing protocols that were now in place. So we had the Customer Relationship Management Project programmed for FY 2020. We had the website programmed in FY 2021. Because of those conflicting timelines and the confluence of those factors, now we have 2 massive public-facing projects that are occupying the same space and vying for the same limited IT resources. Next slide. So in short, our recommendation is that we begin work on the website replacement immediately. We've already begun that work, and we've begun that work from a contingency standpoint. As we're keeping the website up and running, of course, we're thinking about, how do we take our our Band-Aids and make them into something that's more a more permanent remedy. We're then recommending that you direct staff to recommence work on the constituent relationship management application after the new website is launched. And so I'll be very clear, we are not recommending today that we don't complete the constituent relationship management application. We have made great progress in that regard. We know a lot and we're excited about it. The whole city is excited about it. But for this bigger priority, we would be on that. And so we are asking for your direction to delay it while we get the website up and running, and then immediately direct us to get back on it, get back on that work. Next slide. So to talk about the website replacement project itself, and you can go on to the next one, please. Just a little bit of background, as I said, the website is the primary communication tool for the city. I mentioned the 1.2 million unique users that are using the website a little more than, it's 1.2 million users and 1.8 million sessions, so about 1.5 times, right? They're logging in and obtaining information, reporting something to the city, signing up for services, consuming content, whatever it is. And that translates to 3.5 million page views. So a couple things that tells us, 3 things. One is we track pretty good metrics, right? We have a lot of information at our disposal to see how people interact with their city. Secondly, even an old platform is getting a lot of traffic. This went into place in 2013. We're all excited about what the next version of the website looks like, but even on an older platform, we're getting a lot of use out of that. But it also puts into context that if it fails, that's 1.2 million users and 3.5 million web pages that are at risk. And then oh, I'm sorry, I forgot my third point. It was a good one. Next slide. So the other thing, we wanted to spend some time with council to talk about what are the improvements that we are building into this next solicitation, or that are just out there, where this is the benefit of putting a new website in place in 2020 as opposed to 2013. And the list is long, but we wanted to spend time on 3 of them. The first is accessibility, and I really appreciated Mr. Lowe's comments earlier. We've been spending a lot of time with Mr. Lowe and his colleagues on accessibility in all arenas. But one of the first things that we did as we set up this project was invite the Access Advisory Committee to be a part of our steering committee, because they know a lot more than we do, right? We fully acknowledge that. And there are things that we're going to need out of this website that we can't even think of. But there is a group of guidelines, kind of best practices and industry standard guidelines related to accessibility that we will absolutely make sure that are built into this. 3 categories. One is visual impairment. So a couple of the things that users might experience as improvements. One is contrasting pages, color contrast, so that things pop more and can be seen. The ability to resize text easily is another one. And then also, and probably the most important, is better performance and a better pairing of the website with text-to-speech readers. And so as a user who may be visually impaired is going through the website and using their text-to-speech application, it will be seamless and smooth and genuine. So that's what we're going for. An example on the hearing impairment side is closed captioning or text that's paired with video, for example. And then the final one, and you'll see the root word mobile here twice. So I'm going to mention mobility twice. In the context of accessibility, the mobility improvements really have to do with fine motor control. And so the ability of somebody to focus in on a part of the website, click the right button, navigate seamlessly. And so in the mobility, from the mobility arena, the ability to have bigger targets for somebody to click on, for example, the ability to space things so that I don't have things that are bunched up together and I go to click the thing on the left, but it's too close and I accidentally click the thing on the right. And so that's what we're getting at when we talk about mobility. We're really excited about the accessibility improvements. The second priority for us has to do with language translation and the multilingual experience. And to put that into context, I'll describe what we have now, and I think that will help you understand and help us all understand what we mean by this. Right now, the city's website is an English website that has some elements of Spanish translation. That's what we've got, and that's good. And we'll continue to build on that. And the translation cadre that we have set up has been a big benefit in that regard. But in the end, we still have an English website with Spanish translation. What we are looking for is a platform that is specifically designed for Spanish translation. It doesn't mean that we'll click a button and everything will, suddenly and magically be converted to Spanish. We can use other tools like that, like Google Translate and things, to help us populate the Spanish side of the website. But what we're really talking about is a website that is completely designed for Spanish language. And it's not just Spanish language, but I'm defaulting to Spanish because that's the one that we generally go after. So for example, what does that mean? It means that when I as a city staff member go to populate that platform, the website says, okay, now I know that you're there for that purpose. And it puts things in the right place. And it's set up to do it well. From the user standpoint, it'll be genuine and, I don't know if the right word, respectful, in that we won't have Spanish content here, but all the buttons and links and navigation elements in English. This will be everything in Spanish. A good example, I'm not going to show it here, but a good example of this, if you want to look at it on your own, or I can send you a link afterwards, is Nike. Nike has done a very good job of having a Nike English website and then nike.com/ES for the Espanol side. And you'll see the difference. You'll see what it looks like when we have a natively designed Spanish website. So we're really excited about that. We think that could represent the next big corner to turn in terms of service and service delivery and engaging a big sector of our community. So we're excited about that. And then the final improvement is mobile device optimization. This is certainly not new, but this is something that will probably be one of the bigger differences from 2013 to 2020, and that's a website that you can take anywhere. You can use it on your desktop, laptop, tablet, smartphone, wherever you go. No longer will we, go from our website to look at our phone and go, well, that's strange. That's not what I expected, right? That just looks clunky and looks strange. And so size, scaling, navigation, all those things will go seamlessly from desktop, laptop, tablet, mobile device. So we're excited about that. Next slide. So the next steps, what we're asking from council and what we're recommending is first, and this will come to council in the next couple of weeks, is a contract amendment with Plant Moran. As you recall, Plant Moran was the project management consultant that we initially contracted with for CRM services, where we are asking, or we will be asking council for an amendment to that contract to essentially exchange the scope of work and say, instead of giving us in the immediate term project management services related to CRM, we'd like to engage you for project management services related to the website. They are equally adept at both. This is a top tier company. They can do both. And so we'd like to quickly bring them on board so we can get on this project. Part of that contract amendment will be directing, and this is part of today's action, redirecting funds that were initially earmarked for the CRM project to the website project management piece. I can't stress enough how important project management is going to be to this project. And we said the same thing in March when we were here with the CRM. These two applications are the most public-facing IT projects that your constituents are going to see. We want to do it right. We want to design it correctly, bring it in on time, on budget, and put a product out there that everybody is proud of and that the public says, wow, this is, I've never been able to engage with my city better than I can today. As part of the third recommendation on the council agenda report, we're asking you to then direct us to begin work on the CRM project once the website is launched. And as part of that, then we would be adding the CRM project back to the capital improvement program budget to reinstate the funding for that. So as soon as we're done with the website project, we quickly pivot to the CRM and we pick up where we left off. Next slide. So if council agrees with staff's recommendation, this is what the timeline would look like. In September, I think maybe the first week in October, as I said before, we'd be looking to amend the Plant Moran contract. We then would be quickly soliciting, or I wouldn't say quickly soliciting, but quickly turning to the solicitation for new website proposals. We have been researching, vetting, getting all of the information we possibly can on the platforms and the vendors that are out there. So we're not starting from scratch by any stretch, but we're anxious to get this solicitation going. We then would come back in April of 21 with a contract for council consideration. And I want to stop here and say, this is a conservative timeline, and it's our best guess at the moment. And we will certainly know more as we, once we get an RFP out the door, and certainly when we get proposals in, we will be able to tighten up this timeline and report back to council where we are. But for now, and based on what we know at the moment, this is our best estimate. Next slide, please. So following council's approval of the vendor contract, then we get into the website implementation. And this is one of the big unknowns. This is a huge unknown. So we've given you a conservative range. Many websites can take as little as 8 months to implement and can take as many as 18. We don't want one that takes 18 months. we would run out of time. But there are a number of variables in that, and that gets to the architecture of the website itself. How much of it is out of the box? How much of it is something that we set up and that we program? In the end, our goal, bar none, the minimum goal is we launch the parts of the website that need to be launched. But websites are living beings. We're going to have this website for the next 10 to 15 years. It's sort of like when you buy a house, you can repair and remodel that house for the rest of your life. It's going to be the same thing with the website. And we want to do that. We want to keep the website fresh. So this will always be a phasing in approach, but we will choose a product that gives us what we need. We've highlighted our priorities that allows us to continue to evolve it with the constituent experience. But that said, the really critical parts, and this is why we have a robust steering committee, we're going to be working with departments to say, what do you absolutely have to have up by December 31st of 2021? And we'll prioritize those. So January to March, once we get the website set up, then there's a good period of post-implementation tuning and troubleshooting. That's quality control, right? So we're always just tweaking things. And then we quickly like I said before, pivot, recommence work on the CRM project and pick up where we left off. Next slide. So with all of that as background, what it boils down to is a three-pronged recommendation. We're asking for council to direct staff to prioritize the website replacement project over the CRM at this time, approve the transfer of $160,000 from the CRM project, the website project, for those project management services, and then direct staff to recommence work on the CRM project once we get the new website up and running. And that in essence is what we're asking for from council, and I could take any questions.
Mr. Jordan, you have questions for Mr. Four? Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The first is, of course, the child in me wants to, anytime I see a blank whiteboard, it's just an invitation for mischief. So great presentation, Mr. Four. I agree, just sneaking in a comment that it's overdue and needs to happen. I'm just curious, when that slide you had on the million something users and the 3 million page views, is there clear categories of what the focus is, or where I go the most, or where your normal customer goes the most in that?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan. I could get you an infinite number of statistics. I can tell you the big users are, and these are in no ranked order. The library is a big source of traffic. Airport is another one, and police department. I think are again not in the exact order, but those are 3 of the top.
Okay, perfect. That's what I'm looking for. And then really my only other question is, are we kind of looking out of our own frame of reference and looking what other cities do, what other cities don't do, not just what we think we need, but what's already out there in terms of where people are working on for the next 10 or 20 years that it's just not in our focus area right now, but it needs to be for this?
Thank you, Councilmember Jordan. Yes, the answer is absolutely yes. And like good industries, we are all connected, right? So our IT staff are constantly interfacing formally and informally with industry groups and with other government folks, private sector folks, where there is a jurisdiction or a company that is always upgrading their website, and everybody is always sharing information in that regard, and sharing RFPs, and sharing information about specific vendors, and about the trade-offs between the ease of giving control to your vendor to take care of your problems versus the flexibility and the contingency that you give yourself to go in and fix something on your own, for example. But that takes more staff and that takes more attention. So all of those things are things that we talk about routinely.
Great. You give a real nice kind of presentation like I like to hear, which is like a nuts and bolts one. So I just want to commend you on that it's like it instills a sense of confidence in where we're going with this. So I just want to say thanks for that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Questions from other council members, and then we'll check and see if anyone wants to make a public comment. Ms. Sneddon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a quick question. I was curious, sometimes on some of the meetings, like some of our council subcommittee meetings, to watch that meeting, you need to log in and give your email address, and other things you can just watch without noting who you are. And I don't know if this falls under this category or not, but it occurs to me, are there any privacy issues or anything with considerations of privacy in any of the website choices?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Stan. I'm going to answer that generally, and then I'll have to get more information from you on the initial question. There are 3.5 million, I forgot my statistic here, the 3.5 million page views, 200 city staff that have involvement in the website, and for example, 35,000 PDFs and 2,500 pages that make up our current website. There are all kinds of permissions related to that. Like any other big application, who can access and change and add and all those things. There's a big regime that goes into management of that platform The things that are public, though, our intention is to make them public and make them easily accessible always. So if there are items on the website that are inappropriately locked down to the public, like watching videos, for example, of public meetings, I would love to correct that. Other things that are confidential information, proprietary information, social security numbers, utility billing data, that sort of stuff, that is by design not accessible to the public, and in most cases, not even or only accessible to a handful of staff.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. I suppose my question is about sort of data mining. How much information do we retain about who is visiting? I think my question was about, like I went to go rewatch a downtown or State Street subcommittee meeting, and I needed to view the video, I needed to put in my email address. And then it just made me wonder, so is that a detriment to people watching something if they feel they have to sort of announce themselves to watch it? Or to what extent are we collecting information, or does that even figure in when you're choosing a website? Is it collecting cookies or information or anything like that? That's a substantial number of users and our residents, and I'm just interested in if that's an issue or if it's not an issue.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem Sten. It's an issue. I want to talk to you offline about the having to log in to watch a meeting. I'll check on that. You know, this council meeting is a good example where those that want to view this council meeting over the GoToWebinar platform, for example, they log in, they get a PIN to then, you activate their phone. There's some amount of, you could call it personal information. We will have email addresses. That's how we build the City News and Brief, distribution list and things like that. So we will retain that. I think what's really important and what we put a lot of emphasis on is to the extent that we are collecting data, we don't want that data shared inappropriately with someone else. So there's going to be some information that city staff have to have more access to, for example, but we don't want your neighbor accessing your personal information. We lock that down very tightly in the application itself, but also, and this is the whole other side of the IT shop, on the network upon which it resides and traffic flows. So we have protocol after protocol after protocol of security on the application but on the network that information traverses upon.
Thank you. That answers my question. This is very exciting, these upgrades. So thank you very much.
Any other council member that has questions for Mr. Four at this part of our hearing? Mr. Four, we'll ask Ms. Gorman if there are people waiting to make public comment then. Ms. Gorman, what do you say?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we do have several speakers ready to go. So our first was Matt Lowe, but he did speak earlier on this item. So next we'll have James Marston, then Bob Burnham, then Anna Marie Gott, then Howard Green. Mr. Marston, Mr. Burnham, and Mr. Lowe, I'm going to unmute all of you right now, if you give me one moment. Okay, Mr. Marston, you can go ahead, please.
Am I on?
You are.
Yes.
Okay. Greetings, Mayor Murillo and council members. This is Jim Marston. I'm the chairman of the Access Advisory Committee. The AAC has been working hard to ensure equal access for everyone. This is why we formed an ad hoc committee to work with city staff, including Matt, that the RFP includes long needed changes to the city's website and digital access. Over the years, we have received many comments about inaccessible websites, including PDFs that can't be read by screen readers, as Matt mentioned. It is much better to plan for full access at the beginning of a planned update or new changes. As an example, the GoToWebinar program was not accessible for people who are deaf or hard of hearing, and is not accessible for those with visual impairment or blindness. Staff members such as Vince Wong, Matt, Sarah Gorman have come up with some workarounds to make it more accessible, and that's much appreciated. But forward thinking is a much better way to ensure equal access and civil rights and compliance with federal law pertaining to those rights. I applaud the efforts by city staff to find new solutions and access in this request for updated and compliant website and support. Members of the AAC Ad Hoc Committee are looking forward to working with staff to make the much needed changes. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr. Marston. Next speaker. So Ms. Gorman, we're looking for Mr. Burnham.
Madam Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. Okay, I lost you there for a minute.
Go ahead.
I simply would like to echo what Matt Lowe and Jim Marston have already stated, and thank you for Ms. Sneddon's comments. It is difficult to navigate through a lot of websites, and the city's website has already been mentioned, has been behind in that regard. So Matt, I really appreciate your presentation. It seems like you covered a lot of areas that need to be brought up to date. So I hope that, I just hope the council will embrace this recommendation with Matt's, I think you had a three-prong presentation on what needs to be done, and especially for those of us needing more access to not only navigate the website but access it through our software. I appreciate the support of staff and city council. Thank you very much.
Thank you. More people to comment, Ms. Gorman?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have Anna Marie Gott and then E. Howard Green. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Yes, we do need a new website. I wholeheartedly agree about that. But we also need to make sure that with this upgrade, that perhaps any apps that the public can use for enforcement issues also be included in an RFP with this upgrade. One question I do have, since the CRM system is mentioned quite frequently, is that integrated with Excella? And can staff members actually access both from outside of the offices while they are working remotely or on site with an enforcement case? That hasn't been addressed, and I'd just like to know about that. Beyond that, there was a question earlier about transparency. We don't have a transparent system now, and since Excella has been released, we actually have less transparency. Nothing inside of Excella should be proprietary or non-disclosable. Everything should be able to be disclosable to the public. So I really recommend that the public, when they register for access to Excella, have viewable and downloadable access. They don't need to edit a report, but they do need to be able to see what's going on. And right now, especially in the pandemic, when we have no access to the planning department, it's really imperative that those documents be accessible. There should also be a requirement of staff. Anytime they create a letter, a document, or receive one, that should automatically be uploaded to Excella. Right now, it could take years before a project is approved for these documents to be uploaded or archived, and they are actually, in many cases, have key information on projects that say the project shouldn't move forward, such as the lack of a sidewalk. And again, it's a really easy fix. The staff should be able to grant access to anyone in the public today with the current website. It's just access to Excella. And with the future website, we need more access. Let me give you an example of a problem I had to make a public records request for yesterday, which is all of the letters that were sent to the Planning Commission for the stormwater management meeting on the 23rd. They weren't included in your agenda report. They're not anywhere on a website. I can't walk into the planning department to get a copy of them. I had to make a public records request, which will not even be answered until after your decision today. That's unacceptable, and that should have been on the website with the agenda and the minutes for
Thanks
the
so
Planning
much, Ms.
Commission
Dowd.
meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our final speaker is E. Howard Green. E. Howard Green, please go ahead.
Thank you. I have several comments on this, and I guess the first is almost a question, but I can't expect answers unless one of our town council members also feels is true. There are lots of silos in data processing in information technology fields. Public Works has some. Library has a massive system that is perhaps concentrated in 2 or 3 vendors. So my first comment is, how are you planning to pass through from the main site into these various silos? I'm sure water operations that leads to billing and so forth. Maybe billing in this public part is visible, but it seems to me that understanding the reportings of water quality and so forth should also be available. We need a lot more nuts and bolts. Now, I'm assuming that when Mr. Ford brings forward the revised scope of work for the contractor, that some of that will be visible, I'm hoping. The designs I've seen for many sites that are intended to be available for multiple devices have shifted, unfortunately, in my opinion, to being phone-oriented. Large pictures with little data, having to page through lots and lots of stuff to get to any depth. So I think that one of the design criteria should be that whatever the applications are running should look at the information available on the type of device and then customize the application into those 2 or 3 classes: computers, tablets, cell phones, teletypes, who knows? Each of the RFP respondents should be asked to supply a list of demo sites, actual cities or users, where the evaluation and the public can see the kind of systems being proposed. You talked about a project committee. I think there needs to be a public access to this committee. And I wonder about CEQA. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Green. We'll close public comment unless someone else has popped up, Ms. Clark. And we'll take this discussion to the city council. Okay, we're ready to move on then. Ms. Sneddon, did you want to start off since you're still on the screen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support this fully moving forward, so I would make the recommendations 1, 2, and 3 as shown on the screen. I did have a couple follow-up questions just on Anna Marie Gott's comments. I have I thought there were good questions about whether the app for enforcement issues could be integrated, and whether CRM is integrated with Excella, and if Excella is accessible for employees working off-site. I'm just interested in those questions, but still moving forward with the recommendations 1, 2, and 3.
Thanks. I was going to ask those too, so thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Four.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon. I'm going to take these in the order I remember them. The relationship between the CRM and the website, we haven't chosen a CRM product yet, but I can tell you what we know that's out there. And this is something I learned. I thought that all CRM applications had a mobile component with them, most of them, or many of them, and more of them. The trend is that they live within the website. So the good news is, and this is not a wholesale, gloss over, but one of the benefits of our order now is that the CRM will be a better product in the context of an upgraded web platform, right? What will carry over and what you'll see some improvements on is that the city has, and I'll be clear, and I want to be genuine, we don't have a CRM application now. But what we do have, we have 40 web forms that are on the website now. 40 opportunities where somebody can make a report, can ask a question, can say there's an uplifted sidewalk, a diseased tree, a street light that is out, just to name a couple of them, a homeless encampment, can enter that information into a web form that is automated then to send an email automatically to a staff member. And that's what we have now. Now, the improvement that we'll see in that regard with an upgraded website is the mobile device optimization. So now, when I'm carrying my tablet or my cell phone around, I'll be able to access those web forms and use them much easier than I can now. When we have a CRM, a true CRM, and we've cataloged 500 unique interactions of the way that the public interacts with its city and obtains information and makes reports. When we have a robust, bona fide CRM application, then what will be added are those things like the web forms, but also quick and easy uploading of photographs, geofencing, where somebody from the county, it will exclude by definition reports about Nolita, for example, coming into our workflows. We'll natively capture GPS coordinates, for example, and this gets to the integrations that you brought up, or Ms. Scott brought up. It will also integrate into the city's, I just lost my word, our work order systems, like Cartograph. So a user, a constituent, uploads something, this street light is out, then a true CRM application captures the GPS coordinates. I can upload a photo of it. It doesn't just dispatch an email, it dispatches a work order and resources to a field person who then repairs it and on their tablet reports back that the work is done, and then reports back to the person who made the report that the work has been completed. That's the difference. So in the short, I'm really excited about this, you can tell. In the short term, the 40 web forms that we have will be much easier used. In the long term, all of the other things that we get, including the back-end management tools, will be added to that. And so that's the first question on the code enforcement side. The second question is there an integration between Excella and the CRM? When we put out the RFP, the only integration that we required was integration with the city's work order system. We said if your platform is able to integrate with others, great. The big one, the most important one though, was we have to be able to dispatch resources through our work order system to schedule those resources, to schedule people, to do the work and then to report back that the work's been done. The final item is can a city staff member access Acela in the field? If you can give me a minute or so, I can come back to you on that one. I don't know. I haven't used it enough, but I can find out.
Thank you. And then just a follow up to that. So you don't know yet whether it can integrate with Acela because that wasn't a priority, but it's possible, but we don't know yet until.
Yeah, I don't want to stick my foot in my mouth and commit to something that we can't do. I don't know, but I would be glad to look to see if there are any of the CRM applications that we were kind of narrowing down on our short list that could do that. I just don't know that. That in not just IT's mind, but in the 30 steering committee members throughout all the other city departments said, this has to integrate with Cartograph, otherwise it's useless. So that's why we made it a priority.
Thank you. I think in addition, if it could integrate with Acela, that would be a great second priority on there. Or maybe not even second, but consideration. Yeah.
Ms. Knight may have some information. Go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Snedden. To add on to what Mr. Four has said, one of the things that we were looking for with the CRM application would be to link to some of our existing applications that have some of that functionality. So a link to the form in Acela to submit a code enforcement, to report a code enforcement issue, that would be included in the CRM. It would take you into the Acela application, and the person reporting would need to log into that to make the to submit the complaint. But what we're looking for is not adding extra layers of systems, but really to simplify the process and make it as simple as possible. And then to address the issue about Acela access from the remote locations, that is actually some of the functionality that already exists in Acela. We do have inspectors and other people who work in the field. They are able to access that while they're out in the field. And of course, all of our staff who work remotely are able to access city resources using our virtual private network, or VPN.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thanks. We'll take Ms. Snedden's support of the three recommendations as a motion. I'll go ahead and second it for purposes of moving our discussion forward. Mr. Jordan, do you have remarks or lingering questions?
Just was going to second. Go ahead.
Okay. Does anyone else have anything to say? So I noticed that the website was last updated in 2013, and I was here, and I remember thinking, oh, it's just been updated, but really that time has passed. And so I'm really glad to see this. Ms. Gutierrez, comments from you?
I just wanted to say thank you to the staff that worked really hard in this presentation and looking into the website replacement. I know that it took a lot of time and investigation, and the website is very crucial to our communication to the community. So thank you so much to staff, everybody that put this presentation together and really was hearing the needs of the community. So I'm very happy that this is moving along. So thank you.
Thank you. So Ms. Clerk, the motion is the recommendation on the screen, 1, 2, and 3. And if you'll take a roll call vote, we would be grateful.
Very good. And this is motion by Mayor Pro Tem Snedden, seconded by Mayor Murillo for recommendations 1, 2, and 3. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Snedden.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Aye.
And Mayor Murillo.
Aye. Okay, unanimous with big thanks to Mr. Four, Ms. Knight, and everyone else who's been working on this. And we do want our website to be as interactive and friendly and accessible. Thank you so much to the our advisory committee that helps us with access issues, that all the gentlemen that spoke during public comment. So thanks. We'll close this item and we'll break for 10-15 minutes, our usual break for our interpreters and everyone in IT, and then we'll come back for item number 18. This meeting is in recess. Ms. Clerk, are you there and ready to go?
Hello.
Okay. Hi, so this would be item number 18, if you would read that into the record, please.
Certainly. Item 18, proposed amendments to post-construction stormwater requirements in the city's stormwater discharge permit and local coastal program. Recommendation the council directs staff to prepare and submit an application to the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board seeking approval of the proposed amendments to post-construction stormwater requirements in the city's stormwater discharge permit.
Thanks. Mr. Benson, are you ready to make your presentation?
I'm ready.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Cameron Benson, and I am the city's Creeks Division Manager. I am here today to talk about proposed amendments to the stormwater requirements for new development and redevelopment in the city. Next slide, please. Like many cities, Santa Barbara is facing a significant non-point source or urban runoff pollution problem. It is the largest source of pollution in our creeks and in our oceans. And this is a problem that evolved incrementally as the city was developed and built out. As stormwater and urban runoff flows over impervious surfaces in the city, such as roofs, sidewalks, patios, parking lots, driveways, and streets, that runoff picks up pollutants such as bacteria, hydrocarbons, pesticides, fertilizers, metals, nutrients, sediment, and trash, and washes them into our storm drains and into our creeks and beaches untreated. What that has led to is beach warnings and also closures of the beaches because of pollution in the ocean water. It's a public health concern. It also limits the ability for the public to recreate at the beaches. It makes swimming in the water unsafe. It has adverse impacts to our aquatic environment as well as our economy. And there are fines associated with the pollution getting into the water through the Federal Clean Water Act. All of the creeks and beaches in the city of Santa Barbara are designated as impaired under the Federal Clean Water Act. What that means is that the pollutant levels in our creeks and beaches exceed state and federal standards for recreational contact and freshwater habitat and other beneficial uses of those water bodies. Next slide, please. So to address this problem, the Federal Clean Water Act requires that cities develop a stormwater management program. And since 2008, the city of Santa Barbara has been required to implement a stormwater pollution prevention program. That is part of a permit that is issued by our Regional Water Quality Control Board that the permit allows the city to discharge water into the creeks and oceans. A lot of people don't understand that, but in order to operate a storm drain system and to allow that runoff into those water bodies, the city needs a permit from the water board. And the program is very comprehensive and it requires different elements within it, including inspection and enforcement of water quality, pollution and violation, outreach and education, water quality monitoring, and new development and redevelopment must capture and treat stormwater. Under the Clean Water Act and in the regulations, those are called post-construction requirements. Next slide, please. So generally speaking, the post-construction requirements are designed to prevent pollution runoff from development and new development and redevelopment. This is probably the most important tool the city has to prevent creek and ocean water quality and to prevent creek and ocean water quality pollution, and also to get ourselves off of those impaired water body lists. So over time, as we can make improvements, we are able to get the city of Santa Barbara's creeks and beaches off of the impaired water bodies list. The design of these post-construction requirements are to treat water pollution at its source. That's a common approach because you are dealing with smaller volumes of water. And it's important to note that once polluted water runs off from a parcel, particularly a private parcel of private property, once it leaves that property and enters into the public storm drain system or into the creeks and ocean, then the entire city is responsible for that pollution and is liable under the Clean Water Act for that pollution. The post-construction requirements take an incremental approach to solving the problem. This is a problem, as I said, that developed over time as the city was being developed. And so the way that this program is set up is as the city is redeveloped, we will be able to, we will be able to use best management practices and build out in a more water quality friendly way that will prevent that pollution from getting into the creeks and ocean. It's also, the post-construction requirements are also necessary for regulatory compliance. As I mentioned, this is a required component of the city's stormwater discharge permit. And the requirements and standards of the post-construction program are detailed within the Stormwater BMP Technical Guidance Manual. Next slide, please. So the Technical Guidance Manual does a few things. First, it defines the post-construction requirements. It also provides technical assistance to applicants and design professionals about best management practices and how to build in a more water quality friendly way. The original manual was created in 2008 by Geosyntec Consultants, who were a technical engineering consulting firm that the city contracted with to develop the guidance manual. The manual went through extensive public review process, including all of the city's design review boards, as well as several commissions and committees. The manual was approved by the City Council originally in 2008. It was adopted into the general plan when the environmental resources element of the general plan was updated in 2011, and it was the guidance manual was updated and added to the municipal code in 2013. And then finally, the post-construction requirements and the guidance manual were approved and adopted by City Council in July of 2019 into the local coastal plan. Next slide, please. So our project description for this project, the staff is proposing to amend the city's post-construction requirements. And our goal was to improve the fairness and flexibility and effectiveness of the program, while at the same time maintaining current levels of water quality protection. We've proposed modifications to the tier thresholds, to the tier requirements, and to exemptions from the stormwater requirements. Now, I'll talk a little bit about the process and the sort of the procedural process, posture that we are in right now. The city has an existing stormwater discharge permit. And so what we are doing today is to come to City Council, and we're requesting guidance from the City Council and direction to go to the Regional Water Quality Control Board and seek amendments to our existing permit. So the council's action today will just direct us in a certain direction. It won't actually be making the changes. We have to go to the Water Board to seek the changes. And then we would, once those changes were approved by the Water Board, we would come back to City Council, and those changes would have to be adopted as ordinance amendments in the municipal code. And then ultimately, we will need to go to the Coastal Commission to modify the program in the coastal zone because it's part of the local coastal plan. So we'll need an LCP amendment as well. So today we're going to be requesting direction from council to submit the application to the Water Board. Next slide, please. Then I wanted to talk a little bit about the amendment process. We initially met with stakeholders and started gathering input from them in 2018. That process has continued with meetings, letters, phone calls, emails through 2019 and 20. We've met with council members, we've met with design professionals, and we've met with environmental organizations. The city hired Geosyntec again to serve as a technical consultant. We contracted with them in 2019 to provide engineering consulting services. They were the consultant who drafted the original technical guidance manual. And so as we were making amendments, we wanted to make sure that we had that consistency there. This is also a multi-departmental effort. So for the last nearly 2 years, the Creeks Division has been in the lead, but we've been working very closely with community development, both the Planning Division and Building and Safety Division, and Public Works, and the City Attorney's Office. We completed a draft revised technical guidance manual, and that was posted on the city's website in February of this year. And since that time, we've held 2 noticed public meetings in March. We had a hearing at the Planning Commission in July, and we had a hearing at the Creeks Advisory Committee in August. Next slide, please. So now I'd like to discuss some of the primary substantive changes that are being proposed to our post-construction requirement program. First, we're proposing to simplify the tier thresholds that we have. Under our existing program, we have a 3-tiered system, and in the proposed program, we're proposing a 4-tiered system. But in the existing program, the tiers are dependent on the land use type. For example, if a project is commercial or residential or in the right of way, they all have different requirements. The tiers can be dependent on a geographic location. For example, the projects in the Hillside Design District will have different standards and different thresholds than projects in other parts of the city. The permit process, if a project is going to the Planning Commission, that project will have different thresholds and different requirements than other projects, and the project size. And that's proven to be a complicated and confusing system, and we're proposing to change all that and amend it so that all of the tiers are dependent solely on the project size. When I say the project size, what I'm focused in on is the new and replaced impervious area. And that's sort of a standard you might hear me repeat over and over, but it's also the standard that's used throughout the region and the state and the country. Next slide, please. So our proposed tier 1 requirements, well, first of all, most of all the development projects in the city of Santa Barbara will qualify as tier 1 or tier 2. The tier 1 threshold is a project that is between 1 and 499 square feet of new or replaced impervious area, so a smaller size project. And the tier 1 requirements that go along with that are small, inexpensive best management practices that include things like landscaping improvements or a rain barrel. There's no volume requirement. It's just a small step to improving water quality runoff because it's a small project. Next slide, please. So next, the proposed tier 2 requirements. The tier 2 threshold is proposed to be between 500 and 1,999 square feet of new or replaced impervious area. For this type of project, the design would only treat the new or replaced impervious area. For example, if you have a 750 square foot remodel, you would treat 750 square foot area or volume of runoff water on the parcel. It does, when you treat that, it can be any impervious area on the parcel. It doesn't have to be the new area, whatever is easier. So it provides a lot more flexibility than our existing system. This tier 2 requirements that have minimal calculations and no stormwater reports required. It's a pretty simple determination to find out the volume of water that needs to be treated. Next slide, please. And then in tier 3, we're proposing to change the tier 3 threshold for projects, which is currently at 500 square feet for most of the city, but it's at 4,000 square feet for other parts of the city. We're proposing to change all of that and raise it from 500 square feet to 2,000 square feet. So everything between 2,000 and 14,999 square feet of new or replaced impervious area will be tier 3. The requirements under tier 3 are not substantially different from the current requirements for tier 3, but there are some significant changes. Notably, there was a request from the development community to reduce the requirement from 100% of all of the impervious area needing to be treated to 95% of the impervious area needing to be treated. So we're proposing to make that change. And the idea there is to the amount of effort and resources to capture that last 5% is disproportionate to the benefit of capturing the last 5%. So it provides some flexibility there on the property of not having to capture and treat everything. However, while these changes will create more flexibility and more fairness across the board with the application of the program, the changes would also result in reduced treatment of stormwater. So because we're looking at raising those thresholds for tier 3, we're going to have less projects that have the tier 3 requirements and therefore less water quality protection. So to offset that, we're proposing to, I'm sorry, next slide, please. We're proposing to add a tier 4 requirement. And this applies to very large development projects, 15,000 square feet or greater of new or replaced impervious area. The requirement would be to retain 1.2 inches of runoff for existing impervious areas and 2.4 inches of runoff for all new impervious areas. So if you're paving over native soil or landscaped area, that has a higher retention requirement. We're proposing an option for an applicant to provide off-site compliance if there are too many constraints on the property and it's not possible to do meet the requirements on site. This is, I want to be clear that we didn't just make up these tier 4 requirements. This is a minimum requirement set by the Central Coast Regional Water Board. The tier 4 requirements that we're proposing today mirror the Central Coast minimum requirements for large projects in all of the jurisdictions within the Central Coast Water Board region. And again, the purpose for the tier 4 is to offset the loss treatment due to the higher tier 3 threshold. Next slide, please. We're also proposing to modify the exemptions list. The current program does have a list of exemptions from the tier 2 and tier 3 requirements, and we're proposing to keep those, but also to add and modify some of them. We have that included with the staff report as attachment 1. That we're proposing 23 exemptions or partial exemptions. Most of the changes came from our stakeholder process with the development community and with the water quality organizations. But these are some of the exemptions that we're proposing. Any type of maintenance and repair is going to be exempt from the water quality requirements. Utility installation and repair will be exempt. Re-roofing projects will be exempt. We have a glitch in the current system where somebody could be doing a very small addition to a house, and then they would also be wanting to re-roof the house at the same time, and those were being captured into tier 3. And so we've made modifications to change that so that we don't have that kind of unintended consequence. Driveways over 15% slope. Again, this is something that came to us from the development community. If you have a steep slope driveway, the difficulty and challenge and expense of trying to capture and treat the runoff from that driveway is disproportionate to the benefit that the city is getting. So we're exempting the driveway that's over 15% slope. We had another issue with shared driveways where maybe you have a flag lot and there are two parcels that are sharing a driveway, and one person's doing a remodel and they were triggering tier 3 and then required to treat the runoff water from a driveway, but they didn't have the ability to modify the driveway in any way because they would have prevented ingress and egress for their neighbor. And so we've created an exemption for shared driveways. And then, as I mentioned, there's a 5%, essentially 5% flexibility or 5% off from the former tier 3 100% requirement. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, we went to the Planning Commission in July to present these proposed amendments, and the Planning Commission made recommendations to the City Council. They made recommendations to change the tier 3 threshold from 2,000 to 2,500 square feet, to include a waiver process and to track waivers, to include an appeal process, to waive retention requirement where infiltration is inappropriate, to eliminate the public right-of-way exemption, and to develop an offsite compliance program for particularly for tier 4. Next slide, please. In August, we presented the proposed amendments to the Creeks Advisory Committee. The Creeks Advisory Committee made a recommendation to City Council to support the amendments to the stormwater discharge permit as proposed and to not weaken the water quality protections that we have under the existing program. Next slide, please. So now I just would like to run through some examples of the types of best management practices so that you all can have a better understanding of what types of things are being required. This is a very common, simple and inexpensive and very, very effective water quality treatment. And it is simply putting your runoff water from your rain gutters and your rain gutter downspouts into your landscaping. So this was a new building on Upper State Street, and the engineer designed it to have the downspout directed into the landscaping, and the runoff water comes off the roof and just runs into the ground and helps to water the plants. Next slide, please. This is a similar type of best management practice. This was over in a multifamily housing development over in the Oak Park neighborhood, and it shows the same type of thing, a downspout coming down from the rain gutters into a garden, and the water can just go down there. The rocks are there to dissipate energy and to allow the water to soak into the ground, which helps to replenish groundwater. It completely prevents any kind of pollution from going off site because the water is just soaking into the ground. So very effective, very inexpensive type of treatment. Next slide, please. This is a rainwater garden. This is over at the Lawn Bowls on De La Vina, and this was a project that the city did with the Surfrider Foundation, just a demonstration project. This has all of the roof runoff from various drains, as well as other drains going into essentially a swale and garden. Next slide, please. Rain barrels are a very simple and inexpensive way to capture water. People often capture that water, hold on to it, and then reuse it for landscape irrigation after the rain passes. Next slide, please. This is an above ground cistern, very similar to a rain barrel, except much larger in size, much larger capacity. This particular cistern was built down on Lower State Street at the Moxie Museum and is back behind the building there. And is, again, able to retain water on site and then use that at a later date. Next slide, please. These are contained planters. This would be another example of something that would be compliance for a tier 1 type project. You could just have some kind of planter, something above the impervious area that would catch some water and prevent some polluted runoff from leaving the site. Next slide, please. This is a planter box that was specifically constructed. You can see a pipe coming down into it, specifically constructed to have water flow off the roof of the building and into soil media, which acts as a filter for the water, and the water can soak into the ground from here. But there's a little bit of capacity up at the top for the water to come into this planter box and absorb the storm, and then have the water soak in and water the plants and eventually infiltrate down into the soil. Next slide, please. Vegetated swales, you've probably seen these around in parking lots around the city. So you see a curb cut in the curb around the vegetation area that allows rainwater to flow in. The water can soak into the ground. The plants uptake nutrients and other pollutants and remove them from the water so it doesn't contaminate the soil. Next slide, please. Same type of design except for on a roadside swale. This was something that the Public Works Department installed. This is the roundabout down at Cliff Drive in Las Positas, and you can see there's a little curb cut there for an opening from the roadway, and the water can flow into this swale and soak into the ground. Next slide, please. Bioretention is just a fancy word for a place to store water to let it soak into the ground, and it helps to keep all this vegetation thriving. It will help the tree there, but it also takes all the runoff from the sidewalk and from this parking lot and treats that water so that it doesn't make its way into the creeks and the beaches. Next slide, please. This is an infiltration basin that was built at a larger size project. This is the Ridley Tree Cancer Center, which installed a number of significant BMPs. It's a very large facility with a significant sized parking lot and medical building. And during a heavy rain, their rainwater will come off of their parking lot and off of their roof and go into this infiltration basin. It's got significant capacity. It will fill up like this for a few days. You see wildlife in there like great blue herons that are in there hunting around, and then the water soaks into the ground. And because this facility is adjacent to Mission Creek, that water will be filtered through the soil and can become shallow groundwater in Mission Creek and can stay in, keep a base flow in the creek for a longer period of time. Next slide, please. This is a similar type design. This is a detention basin, was built out at Direct Relief International facility. So large facility. This captures the runoff from the building as well as from the parking lot and detains it, allows for pollutants to fall out, allows for some water to soak into the soil and be filtered by the soil. Next slide, please. Green roofs are a way to well, they have a lot of benefits from preventing water pollution and runoff to providing cooling insulation for the building. So this is a potential BMP. It's pretty significant, but it also reduces your area of impervious surface. So if you have a green roof that is able to retain that water, they're considered a pervious surface. So that would go into figuring out how many square feet of impervious area you have to see what threshold you're in. So those two structures you see there with the green roofs would not be counted as impervious area. They would be counted as pervious area. And so it would lower the threshold and the requirements that this structure would need to comply with. Next slide, please. There are lots of different ways to reduce pavement or limit the pavement or use porous pavement. One of those ways is a ribbon driveway. You see these around town, and not only does the vegetated area in the middle capture drips and things from your vehicles, but when it rains, that water is allowed to soak into the soil there and treat any pollutants and keep them from running off the property. Next slide, please. This is another example of a paver type feature. These are two residences using grass paver blocks, so they can drive their car over them in the driveway, but they're also considered permeable surfaces. Next slide, please. Here's another example, gravel pavement. This is a big multi-family residential project with, they use this plastic material to provide structural support, and then just fill that with gravel, and water is able to soak down through that. You can see that the grade of the concrete has all the water from the driveway area flowing into that, and it can just soak into the ground there and be treated naturally with no energy costs and very little maintenance. Next slide, please. These are two forms of more familiar products, asphalt and concrete, but these are the porous versions where the fines have been removed from the asphalt and the concrete, and it allows the water to flow through the surface material so that you can still drive trucks and heavy vehicles on these types of surfaces, but they're porous. So when rain falls on them, it soaks through them and into the soil. Next slide, please. And then finally, permeable pavers. You all have probably seen these. The Creeks Division and the Public Works Department have used these for projects ranging from parking lots to streets and alleyways and sidewalks around the city. And again, these work by having joints in between the paver blocks where water can get through and then go down into the soil and into aggregate gravel down below, and have time to soak into the ground and be treated naturally. Next slide, please. So to wrap up, our recommendation today is that council directs staff to prepare and submit an application to the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, seeking approval of the proposed amendments to post-construction requirements in the city stormwater discharge permit. Thank you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much, Mr. Benson. Council members, do you have questions? Ms. Harmon, go ahead, and then Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you so much, Mr. Benson. I really appreciate this, and apologies, I'm new to this area, so I appreciate your patience as I go through a couple of questions. I've heard from a lot of folks about the need for some kind of off-site mitigation program, and I think you mentioned it in one of your slides, but I'm wondering if you could clarify for me whether off-site mitigation or off-site compliance, I think was maybe the word you used, is that contemplated in this set of amendments, and what does that look like? Because I've heard from many on the developer end that would be hugely helpful. So can you tell me a little bit more about that? Sorry, I can't.
All right, still getting used to it. Yes, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, and thank you for the question. Under the Water Board's requirements, they actually require offsite mitigation if you're unable to do the mitigation on site. So what we're proposing in this case is offsite mitigation for Tier 4 if applicant is unable to do the mitigation on site. So the requirement that the Water Board puts forward and that we just mirror is that the applicant provide that mitigation within the same watershed as the project is taking place.
Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, it's only if they're unable to do it at the site. And I asked this because I was doing some research and NRDC has some interesting information on this that says that offsite mitigation can be shown to actually decrease pollution and flood risk as well or better than onsite. So we're not allowing folks the option to do offsite in Tier 4 if they want to, if they can do it in the same watershed. It's only if they must.
Well, with this, it's an issue of having something that our regulatory body is going to approve. And so far in this program was adopted by the Regional Water Quality Control Board in 2013, and they have not approved an offsite program anywhere else that within the entire Region 3 of the Water Board.
Other than in instances where it's necessary because you can't do it on site?
Correct.
Interesting. So I guess then my next question is probably moot. I'm very interested in the concept of a stormwater credit trading program, or something along those lines to make sure that we, maintain our water quality while also giving, the greatest degree of flexibility. I understand there's quite a lot of costs involved with developing a credit market like this, but I'm wondering if you can speak to whether that's something A, you've considered, or B, something that we may be able to look toward the feasibility of developing. I think that could be very successful potentially.
Well, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Harmon, I totally understand the appeal of that because it's a very simple concept to understand. The reality of it is quite different. And we did an exhaustive search through California, and I've talked to many people in the development community as well as the environmental community about this, and asked anybody to try to find a functioning in lieu fee program or credit program like that anywhere in the state of California. And I never heard back from anybody. So we did our own search. I know the Public Works Department did a similar search through California, independent of Creeks Division's search, and we found that there was not a single functioning program like that in California. There are some who have tried. Santa Monica, who has a different, who is in a different water board region than we are, they created a program. That program has been in place for a decade, but they haven't been able to pull together enough money to build a single water quality treatment project with the money yet. Another example is the city of San Francisco. City of San Francisco has been working on trying to develop that type of program. They've been working on it for 3 years with a consultant that they hired. They still don't have something that they're ready to roll out to the public, but they did roll out the cost of the program. And actually they just updated their cost for that program in the last month. And they're talking about $965,000 per acre of impervious area. So if you have a half-acre development, it's a $500,000 contribution. And what we found is, real estate's very expensive in San Francisco, and it's very expensive in Santa Barbara as well. So what we found is when we're looking at those kind of numbers, which is the kind of number you would need to make that program successful, most applicants realize I can do this myself on my property or on an adjacent property for cheaper. And the issue really becomes that you need to build the BMP to capture and treat the water, but then you also need the land to put it in the ground. And those costs combined are just very, very expensive. So those are the two examples. And then the city of Paso Robles just started last year to try to develop a program like that. And we got an email saying about a month ago, they dropped the in lieu fee idea as something that was not feasible for them and created additional liabilities for their city that they weren't willing to take on.
Interesting. Thank you very much. My last question, I believe you said something when you were talking about the tier 4 requirements. You said they mirror requirements as laid out by, there was an acronym and I didn't write it down, so I don't remember, but could you tell me a little bit more about that? We didn't, where did these requirements come from, and just sort of the history of how this number was developed? And that's my final question. Thank you.
Sure. Madam Mayor, Councilmember Harmon, the Tier 4 requirements mirror the Central Coast Regional Water Board's requirements. So if you are in Santa Barbara County or in Goleta or in City of San Luis Obispo, or any of the Central Coast Water Board covers a region that includes 8 counties or part of 8 counties, and you're building something that is 15,000 square feet plus, they have the same requirements that we are proposing here. So the reason we wanted to include that is we have to take these changes to the Water Board and seek their approval to modify our permit. And that's something that, everybody's interested in. But the Water Board's going to see us moving from a 500 square foot Tier 3 threshold to a 2,000 square foot threshold for Tier 3. And they're going to see that as a weakening of our water quality protections here. And so we're including the Tier 4, which is the minimum requirement for the Water Board for those large projects, as kind of a regulatory backstop, so that we can say to the Water Board, look, we're utilizing your same standard and your same requirements, and utilizing that as a way to assure them that we're not trying to have a permit with lesser water quality protections than their minimum standard.
Thank you. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Most of my questions were actually along the same lines of Councilmember Harmon. Just to clarify on the Regional Water Board's Tier 4, so we're mirroring them. They have that 15,000 square foot minimum for their Tier 4. Am I understanding that correctly?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, the Water Board doesn't call it Tier 4. They have a different tier name for that, but we're using the same requirements. So yes, at 15,000 square feet or greater, the requirement is that what they call a 95th percentile storm. So for vacant land would be a 2.4 inches in 24 hours across the impervious area of the site. For areas that are already impervious, it's 1.2 inches.
And does our current Tier 3 meet those standards that they have?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, the current Tier 3 does not meet those standards because the Tier 3 standard is what's called an 85th percentile storm. So in the city of Santa Barbara, that's 1 inch in 24 hours as compared to the 1.2 or 2.4 inch threshold. So it's a lower requirement. And it used to be a decade ago that the 85th percentile standard was kind of the normal standard throughout the state. More and more as the water quality regulations move forward, they're increasing those numbers. So more and more you're seeing retention requirements, and this is true throughout California as well as throughout the United States, increasing retention requirements and also moving everybody to that 95th percentile storm. We're trying to capture and hold more water on the property.
Okay. Thank you for those clarifications. My other question has to do with the offsite mitigation. You have to qualify it for being infeasible. Is that where there's a proposal for a waiver that comes in? Is that what the waiver is, or is the waiver different?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, the city of Santa Barbara under our existing permit has a waiver for, it's really a partial waiver for technical or legal infeasibility. So what it requires is that the applicant treat the water and comply as much as they possibly can using the BMPs that are available and that are feasible for them. So it's not a waiver like, oh, I can't do half of what I'm supposed to do, so I'm not going to do any of it. If you can do half, you do half. So it's a partial waiver system. We are the only jurisdiction on the Central Coast that has any kind of waiver. The Water Board's program does not allow any waivers, and we were able to persuade them that our waiver was narrowly tailored and would only apply in these circumstances where you had very difficult situations such as contamination, or you have unstable slopes, or you have high groundwater table, or you have non-infiltrative soils. You would get a waiver from any kind of infiltration BMP. But you have to use the other BMPs as they're available. So with Tier 4, we have in here, we're proposed to carry that waiver, that same waiver, into our Tier 4. We don't know whether the Water Board is going to approve that, because that would be something where we would have something that no other community had. So we don't know whether that would be approvable for Tier 4, but they did approve it and allow us to have it for Tier 3.
And is that different than the proposed offsite mitigation that is in Tier 4? Or is that the same thing?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, yes, that's different, yes.
Okay, so there's the possibility of a waiver if you have technical or partial or whatever, or waiver, you have to go through a process. And I would assume that that's a stringent process. And just to clarify, because of potential liability issues, can you explain why that waiver process has such strict controls on it in terms of liability?
Sure, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Friedman. First of all, if the city makes a determination that a waiver is appropriate and grants the waiver, and then later the city is audited by the Water Board to where they come, and this has happened twice over the last 8 years, they come down and they do an audit, and they will randomly select projects, and they'll analyze how we process the project, and then they'll go out and actually do a site visit and examine the BMPs that were on the plans and make sure they were installed properly and that they're being maintained properly and so forth. And so if they find us granting a waiver and they think that the waiver was unwarranted, then the city would be liable under the Clean Water Act for a violation of the Clean Water Act. Those subject the city to monetary fines. The largest penalties on the Clean Water Act are up to $40,000 per day per violation. And what that kind of thing creates for us, for the city, in terms of a major problem is you have a development on private property. The Water Board finds the city in violation for permitting something that shouldn't have been allowed. And now the city doesn't have an ability to go onto that private property and do an adjustment or a repair. The city has to figure out some other way around that to avoid the fines.
Thank you for the clarification, because I just wanted to clarify there's the potential waiver process, and then there's the offsite mitigation that we're proposing as part of the Tier 4 to the regional board. I think those are all my questions. Like I said, Councilmember Harmon had many of my same questions. So I thank you for your time, Mr. Benson.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Friedman. Ms. Sneddon, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll be brief. I've heard this presentation many times, and each time I learn something new. And thank you, Mr. Benson, for your thoroughness and care for our creeks. Can you just give us a little bit more detail of what it means to be an impaired water body, to be on the impaired water body list, what the implications of that are, and how impaired are we? How long have we been impaired? How far are we from being off that list? Just the implications of that, which are, I think, pretty serious.
Sure, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, thank you for the question. Yes, this is a regulatory program that was created by the Clean Water Act many years ago, probably in the late 80s, and it involves and what's happened is it's pushed down from larger cities now down to smaller cities as these regulations have come forward. And so what happens is you have requirements to monitor your receiving waters, which in our case are our creeks and our ocean. And we're looking for certain constituents, certain pollutants in the water. And there are state and federal standards for those pollutants. And there are beneficial uses that are identified in the basin plan for those receiving waters. So for example, beneficial use for our beaches is obviously water contact recreation. It's also aquatic habitat for fish and wildlife. And so there are all these different parameters that you're looking at, and then you have different standards and thresholds for those pollutants. And so you're collecting all this data, and you find that you have a certain number of exceedances over the state and federal standards within a certain period of time, and then your creek or your beach becomes listed under Section 303D of the Clean Water Act. And then what is required from that, and so we have listings for fecal coliform bacteria, for example, and for nutrients, and for total suspended solids. And even for Mission Creek, we have impaired listing for unknown toxicity. So then the way the Clean Water Act works is the regulator is required to regulate on those communities that have impaired water bodies and to prepare what's called an acronym called a TMDL, which is total maximum daily load. And what it means is this is the maximum amount of pollution you can let get into your water bodies. And so preparing those TMDLs is a very, very expensive process. Our cost estimate, about 7 years ago, the Regional Water Board was going to prepare TMDLs for several of Santa Barbara's creeks and beaches. And we met with them multiple times, and we analyzed what the modeling was that they were going to require us to do. And we estimated that the cost was going to be into the 7 figures just to develop the modeling for the TMDL. And then what happens is the Water Board, as the regulatory agency, just mandates regulations on a community, like they can mandate this certain types of development and redevelopment rules for the city, because this is the source of our pollution and we're not regulating it appropriately. So they're going to mandate regulations. So that takes the city out of the development, out of that process. So yes, there's a potential significant liability there and loss of control for the city as to what those regulations would look like. And I'd just like to say that the program, the post-construction stormwater program that we have in place now, that we had in place 7 years ago, was one of our most important shields to the Water Board implementing the TMDLs for the city of Santa Barbara, because we were able to point out that we are going above and beyond to try to prevent this type of pollution from getting into the ocean. What else would you require us to do? And they couldn't think of anything additional that they would have us do. So they took their money that they had to implement a TMDL and they went to another city and implemented them there. So we're still in a queue for that to happen, but the more we can design our programs to fit Santa Barbara and to actually provide water quality benefits with the greatest flexibility for the city of Santa Barbara, because we're not King City and we're not Salinas and we're not a lot of these other communities that are in their region that they're developing programs for the lowest common denominator. We're unique. We have special resources that we're trying to protect. And what the city's goal is trying to delist ourselves from those impaired water body lists.
Thank you so much. And then just one more question on that. So this sort of spreading out of the tiers, is it an attempt? I mean, right now we have such a steep watershed, and then we have the flatter parts of downtown, and rather than have some areas more disproportionately affected, this is sort of an attempt to spread out the responsibility for that shared liability of the
Yes.
runoff?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Sen, Madam Mayor, with your permission, if I could bring up another slide that might help illustrate that.
Please do.
Could we jump to slide number 36, please? So this is an example of I think what you're referring to. What this is showing is obviously a map of the city, and what you're seeing in the red or the pink are areas that have a 500 square foot tier 3 threshold. So it's the Hillside Design District. So that's what you're seeing up in the Riviera area and up on the Mesa. It's the downtown area over from Milpas all the way up State Street, and the whole downtown area is all commercial. So that is all 500 square feet. And then it's the coastal zone, because most of the projects that are in the coastal zone and that need a coastal development permit are processed by the city through the Planning Commission. So everything you see there in the red or in the pink is a 500 square foot tier 3 threshold. And then what you see in the blue are largely flat residential areas, and those have a 4,000 square foot threshold for tier 3. And so what became clear to us and all of our stakeholders could recognize this is some of the most challenging areas to implement effective water quality BMPs are on your hillsides, in the slopes, and in the commercial areas where the development is just condensed. And so we have our lowest thresholds in the hardest to treat areas, and we have this high threshold in areas where people have a single family residence surrounded by a yard with lots of landscaping, that it's very simple and very effective and very inexpensive to send the water to. So that became kind of an obvious trade-off. If we can, if we lower the threshold across the board, if we lower the threshold in the 4,000 square foot area and we raise it in the 500 square foot area, we can get that balance and we can get the same level of water quality protection, but in a much more flexible way, and much more proportionate to the size of the project than just to the geographic area or the land use or something like that.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
I have some questions. Not sure if anyone else is going to. Mr. Jordan, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, Mr. Benson, good. Cameron, good to see you. I'll get admonished by the mayor later for using Cameron, but so happy to see you up and about. So, most of my concern is obviously tier 4 and the downtown. And so at the time we're emphasizing lot line to lot line, combining parcels, and for the incentive of housing, it seems like the proposed would put additional burdens on those type of considerations. And so I'm just wondering, so I'll jump on the fence like I normally do. It's not that those additional burdens aren't appropriate. It's just that those additional burdens will be here for another decade until we review this again. And so what's kind of your take on that, specific to the CBD, specific to combinations of lots that would break through that 15,000 square foot threshold, and specific to our goal of doing so to incentivize both lot line to lot line development and housing? Can you help me get by that uneasiness?
Well, I'll just, Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I'll present some information and we'll see if you can, I don't know if about your uneasiness, but I'll give you some information to work with. The first thing is, as I mentioned in the presentation, the reason for including the tier 4 is twofold. It's to make up for the lost area and volume of water treated from raising the tier 3 threshold 400%. So there has been a lot of concern about, the tier 3 threshold is too low, but so we're trying to be responsive to that. It's also the regulatory consideration, which is you were a member of the water board. We have to go to the water board. This is a minimum requirement for every community around us. They're all facing the same thing for a 15,000 square foot residential project as well. So it's, we've got the same, we would have the same issue as somebody trying to develop the same thing in Goleta or in Nolita or San Luis Obispo or something like that. With regard to the downtown area specifically, we've taken a really close look at that to try to determine how many parcels are affected, how big of a deal is this, does it make a lot of change, and then the numbers of Tier 4 projects that have been moving through our system. So we looked back 10 years and we found that in 10 years there were 24 projects that would have been Tier 4. So we're looking at about 2.4 projects per year that would have the 2.4 or 1.2 inch requirement. So it's a small number of projects, but because they're such a big area, they have a disproportionate impact on water quality, a lot more runoff. So for most of the downtown area, and again, we looked at all the parcels in the CBD and the priority housing overlay area. There's just under 2,000 parcels. About 200 of them are larger than 15,000 square feet, and almost all of them are covered right now with impervious area. So we're not looking at jumping from a 1 inch requirement to a 2.4 inch requirement. We're looking at jumping from a 1 inch requirement to a 1.2 inch requirement. So it's 0.2 of an inch difference from the Tier 3 requirement. And just within the CBD and the priority housing overlay combined, there are 2 vacant lots. So there are 2 out of 2,000 lots, 1/1000th, that will have that 2.4 inch requirement.
So I'll go backwards on the point you brought. For many of the properties, it's really 100,000 or 100% burden of improvement because most of them don't meet any water quality retention at all right now. They're all just dumping on the street. So they're going from really 0 to 1 inch, not from 1 to 1.2. They would have to have been developed in the last decade to be at the 1 and then want to do it, right? Is that a fair statement? They're really just going from no retention to 1 inch retention.
Well, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Jordan, I wouldn't characterize that because you're talking about redeveloping these sites. So the requirement today, the default, is that they're 1 inch.
Right. Okay. And then the back, well, I get the back looking is what you're looking at, the 24 projects in 10 years. I don't know that, that doesn't help my unease any, because looking forward, we're doing different things with the CBD than we were in the last 10 years. So we didn't have the high priority overlay with housing in the CBD. So when you look at a project like 710 State Street or the Staples building, have you actually looked at those? They snuck in kind of early, and have you looked at those and said, if we were going to apply the new Tier 4 requirements to those, what would be the challenges there?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I haven't seen the plans for those, so I can't respond to those specific projects. But I would say, to the extent, past is prologue to some extent, and we did hear from people that the stormwater rules that are in place today were somehow an impediment to affordable housing or housing period or development in the city. And so, that seems like, hey, maybe that's logical. If you have any kind of regulation, maybe that's going to be an obstacle to development. So we went back and we looked at the last 2 decades to see if there was a difference before and after the stormwater rules went into place. And what we found was, when it came to affordable units, let me just make sure I have the number. When it came to affordable units being built in the city of Santa Barbara, since the stormwater program has been in place, we had 573 units. In the decade before the stormwater rules were in place, we had 268. So we've had twice as many affordable units built in the 10 years after the stormwater rules went into place than the 10 years before it. Now, and we also during that time had the Great Recession. We had the demise of the what's the tax increment redevelopment agency?
Redevelopment agency.
That was funding those projects. So we're having more affordable units built with the stormwater rules in place. So I'm not saying it's because we have the stormwater rules in place. It's just that there are outside factors. And the single biggest year for adding units in this affordable units in the city of Santa Barbara was 2012, 3 years after the stormwater rules were in place. And the same is true, Councilmember Jordan, when you look at building permits. You see, if you go back at 2 decades and you look at building permits in the city of Santa Barbara, you'll see that there are more building permits issued in the decade after the stormwater rules were in place than in the decade before. And again, single biggest year for building permits issued in the city of Santa Barbara in the last 20 years was last year.
Yeah, so fair enough.
So we're just, I hear you that there are changes and we understand that. But that's the pattern we've seen over decades.
Okay, so kind of then the last uneasiness on my plate is this kind of this entrenchable offsite compliance only happening if somebody can't comply. And that just kind of gives me reason to a couple questions. And so one is, who determines what the definition of can't is? Is that the Creeks Division?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, first of all, let me say this about the offsite compliance, and this goes also to Councilmember Harmon's question. One of the issues with offsite compliance is if what we've allowed is what the Water Board allows, which is offsite compliance within the watershed. So if you're building a building on middle or lower State Street, you're at the bottom of the watershed, but you're technically under that rule allowed to do your compliance much further up in the watershed and outside of that area. So you're getting some kind of water treatment, but then you've got this kind of sacrifice zone lower down in the watershed. And so you've cleaned up the water upstream, but you have added additional pollutants downstream that are never going to be treated. They're just going to end up at the beach. And so from a standpoint of taking care of your water quality, you get some benefit, but it's only a mitigation. It's only a partial benefit. And you're still, it would be much better if you did it on site because you're actually generating the pollution there and you're treating the pollution there. And the volume of the water is small compared to what you'd have, at the end of the pipe. And so,
but you do the math and the rest of this, and is there not a way to go down this rabbit hole and say you can meet tier 3 at your site, but not tier 4? And the difference between tier 3 and tier 4 is you do, in your example, upstream, so that you're still not contributing 100% of your site's pollution downstream, but you actually are doing some contribution, but the missing slice is just a small amount while you are transferring that to another location. I mean, I know it's just like, as John Justice used to say, getting down in the weeds, but I'm looking for ways that people who are constrained due to our actions, due to us incentivizing lot line to lot line, no parking lots, so no flat open space at the ground level, and higher density and housing. It's looking for ways who are reacting to those incentives, but are on a constrained site because of our incentives, on ways they can still comply and make it pencil out.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, I think what you described is we've seen things like that with our waiver program, except for there was not the offsite component to it. And so the reason we have, I mean, as I said, we've proposed to include the waiver to be available for Tier 4 as well, even though nobody else has that. And the water board is going to probably look askew at us for that. But we also have the offsite mitigation option because that's something the development community asked for, and it's something that the water board allows. So we may find if the council direction to us was try to take it to them the way you proposed it. So we have the waiver. So if you can't do it on site, you can do offsite, and then you have and have the offsite ability as well. Then if that passes muster with the water board, then we have kind of the best of both worlds. But if we have a situation where the water board says, no waiver on Tier 4, you've got to meet our requirements. You know, we tried, we tried to be responsive to our community. We tried to take that option to the water board, but the regulator may not allow that. But we wanted to have the offsite option that they do allow available as well.
Okay, and then you didn't really answer my question on who determines or what the definition of can't is. So let me give you an example, and you'll recognize this one, but it's a residential example. So you have a house who wants to add on a room that was triggering 2 or 3 before, but they're on clay soils. And so they have a $200,000, $150,000 project, but it would cost them $20,000 on top of that project to dig up their yard and put a retention tank in their yard and then re-landscape their yard. And they might say, we can't do it, but we will accept an offsite improvement or something else for that. So is that an instance where Creek still gets to say what the definition of can't is and kind of close down the option of if that was a Tier 4, for example. So, and close down the option of moving to bringing the benefit to another site. And I'll just anticipate part of your answer. Let's say that site's going to be downstream and never upstream, but always downstream.
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Jordan, I'm familiar with the project, the specific project you're referencing, but just to use that as a hypothetical rather than that project, because, well, I'll say this: with that particular project, under the proposed rules, it would have a completely different set of requirements.
Agreed.
So that was a fairly I wouldn't describe that project as a simple add-on. I think there was a second story addition. There was an addition of footprint space as well. There was some new paving around the property. So there were a lot of different components to that. And there were options available to the applicant and to the designer to utilize various BMPs in order to not have to do that kind of storage on site. And ultimately their designer just said, oh, if we replace part of the patio with permeable pavers, let the water go through here and limit the runoff, then we don't have to do that. And the answer is yes. And then they're able to move the project forward. But that project is a poster child, Councilmember Jordan, for why we're trying to make these changes that we're making.
Totally agreed.
Now so they would have a completely different set of rules. And but to get to your answer, I'm not trying to dodge your answer. The Creeks Division has 3 staff who review project plans. They're expert at reviewing for compliance with our permit. They're in touch with the water board staff and the water board engineers, and they have been our city's, the face of the city when we've been audited twice by the water board for compliance with these things. And they know exactly what the water board is looking for compliance. But having said that, in an effort to try to be responsive to the Planning Commission and to the development community's comments in seeking an appeal, where we usually run into issues is on these, requests for appeals or excuse me, requests for waivers that are denied. In the case you're talking about, that was reviewed by the city attorney's office and it was upheld by the city attorney. So they upheld the Creeks Division staff's determination in that case. But what we're proposing now is to have an appeal available for a waiver denial that would go to the community development director.
Yep.
And that person would be able to have another set of eyes on it. And that's a person who is skilled and experienced with reviewing plans and with the technical nature and getting in the weeds of the permit requirements and understanding that, so that we can make sure that people do have that second bite or second tiers or second set of eyes looking at it.
Okay.
So we're trying to ensure accountability in the process, but also protect the city from liability. Because again, if that's granted in error, then we've got an ongoing violation every single day.
Then last question I think I have is in regards to just the kind of the theory of offsite. Do you anticipate that one of the options on offsite compliance could also be in city projects or city right-of-way projects?
Madam Mayor and Councilmember Jordan, I don't anticipate that right now, and here's why. The city project, we've built a lot of those types of projects. We being the Creeks Division, and so is the Public Works Department on public properties as well as in public right-of-way. So we've built over at the West Side Center, we built a permeable paver parking lot that catches all the runoff from that parking lot, but also a lot of the runoff from the building there. We've built alleyways, we built streets. We built 2 blocks long of street over on Quarantina Street near Santa Barbara Junior High. So we built all those kinds of places, but the reality is the volumes of water are so significant that we're building those and we're just capturing and treating the water that's in the public right of way or that's on the public property. So we did a project 10 years ago at McKenzie Park, and we're just catching the parking lot runoff in that project. We're not able to take runoff from other adjacent properties. And we've really looked at and that's pretty straightforward to do. If you're catching your volume from just your site, it's pretty straightforward. It's really difficult when you start adding site and acre upon acre of volume. It's very difficult to find a site where you can capture that. And I know that you're familiar, for example, with the project that the Creeks Division did at the municipal golf course. And that's the very top of a tiny watershed called Las Positas Creek that collects some water from a little portion of the San Marcan neighborhood, a little bit off Las Positas, from the golf course parking lot, and from a little bit from the neighborhood that's next to the golf course parking lot. But almost the entire watershed there is grass. It's the golf course. And yet we have 2 giant basins there that can hold 4 million gallons of water. And when we get an inch and a half of rain, those things are overtopping. And that gives you kind of an idea. You're drinking water from a fire hose when it rains here, because as Councilmember Harmon mentioned, we've got the steep slopes, or maybe it was Councilmember Sneddon. We've got the steep slopes, we've got a big paved area, and that water just flashes off. And that's why it's easier to distribute your treatment sites instead of having, a centralized system.
So, years ago, 5 or 10 years ago, the du jour term was low improvement development, like LID projects. And so you don't envision that we would see more of those on city right-of-way in the future, off of our roadways that, would be in the same water. I mean, somebody on State Street, we would start to see those kind of changes. And if somebody needed to meet some of the math on their retention, they would have the ability to contribute to that versus do all of the work on their own property, that kind of thing.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, 2 things on that. It's low impact development, it was the word, and I think you will continue to see those on city streets. Our Public Works Department has been building those types of BMPs into little pockets all over the city. The Creeks Division is partnering with the Public Works Department on one right now on Ortega Street. So you will see those, but there's just not capacity there to take the neighboring, the polluted water from the neighboring site. We're trying to get the sidewalks and streets. I mean, just try to imagine how wide, you have say a 60-foot wide street or a 40-foot wide street and two 10-foot wide sidewalks, and it runs 500 foot long at a block. And then, all that water running off from that, plus the stuff from the side. And I would also just remind everybody that when the reason that all these communities have these programs set up this way and people are treating it on their sites is because once that polluted water leaves the private property and goes into the public domain, it becomes the liability of the city. The courts don't care, and the Clean Water Act doesn't care that it came from that guy. It's now everybody's problem. So the city is on the hook for capturing it then and treating it and any kind of fine that's associated with it.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Cameron. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. And I have questions unless there's other council members who haven't asked yet. So okay, I'll go ahead and start. So I've been part of this process for a couple of years. It was Randy Rouse and I that heard the concerns of some of the architects and other builders and said, is there anything you can do? So Mr. Benson, if the question I have for you is what changes have already been made to this program to make the process less onerous? And so in general, and then also looking at the downtown area, I think what we're going to hear in public comment is a lot of concern about bringing housing to the downtown. So can you describe, well, first of all, how many changes have been made? And then if you could just name 2 or 3 that would make sense to people. This is pretty thick for some people, in terms of the technological aspect, but if you could answer that, thanks.
Sure, Madam Mayor, thank you for the question. And thank you for all your time spent on this for over 2 years. First of all, I'll say this: there weren't many changes that we could make because this is a permit. We're in a permit situation, and this is a regulatory. The city is in a regulatory posture. We are the regulatee in this case, as well as the regulator. So when we're applying these rules to an applicant for land development at the city, we're kind of the go-between between the water board and the applicant. We did make a significant change early on, and that was to an issue dealing with maintenance of paving, and the way that was being interpreted was a significant concern to the development community. And so people were doing maintenance as well as the Public Works Department of the city. People were doing maintenance, and the language said that if you were taking up some pavement, you had to replace it with in kind. And so when we were developing that rule and our interpretation for it, the city had we went to the planning division and we asked them what in kind means. And in the planning division and in design world, in kind means the exact same thing, or close to it. I know I'm going to have a lot of designers stand up and say maybe that is not the case, but just for the sake of making this point clear. But one of the things we found out in one of those early meetings was in our building and safety division, in kind means something completely different. And so they said, for example, that with regard to building and safety, that the asphalt and concrete are considered in kind. They're hard surfaces. And so we took a look at that. We consulted with the water board, and we told them we had been using our planning division's interpretation of in kind. We want to switch that to use our building and safety division's version of in kind, because for this issue that we're talking about here, water quality, there's not a significant difference between those. There is a difference. Concrete's actually better. So if somebody were replacing asphalt with concrete, we could have a improvement in water quality runoff. So we consulted with them, and they said okay. They were okay with us using that interpretation within our definition of maintenance of paving. Now in this update, we've made that absolutely clear and expressed so that there can be no question about it. But that made a huge difference to people replacing driveways, patios, walkways, sidewalks, streets. Not necessarily replacing, but maintenance and repair.
Thanks. And I'm getting a lot of a concern about Tier 4, and until I read your report, it became clear that we can't really just put a hold on Tier 4 or get rid of it, because the changes that you've made, the accommodation that you've made in Tier 3 are made up for in Tier 4. Or maybe I'm not saying that quite right, but
Offset, yes.
okay, offset. So I guess what I'm trying to clarify for myself is that the changes that you're making to 3, increasing the threshold, requires that we capture more benefit in Tier 4. And am I right that the threshold and the requirements of Tier 4 are the same as the County of Santa Barbara and City of Goleta?
Madam Mayor, yes to both of those things. Yes, Tier 4, we included Tier 4 to offset the reduced water quality protection we would have from raising the Tier 3 threshold from 500 square feet to 2,000 square feet. And yes, Tier 4, as proposed here, just mirrors the minimum requirement for 15,000 square foot plus projects in the Central Coast region.
Because I'm hearing from people that Tier 4 is outrageous, it's not going to work, but it's being used that, and the water board has said okay to that, right? In the other jurisdictions.
That is the existing regulatory requirement throughout the Central Coast, and unless somebody like Santa Barbara has a alternative compliance setup.
Okay, so it wasn't something that you're just creating out of thin air yourself. Okay.
Correct.
And then the appeal process, I guess Mr. Jordan talked about that. That would be something new, right? To have the community development director review appeals.
Yes, Madam Mayor, this is again something we're trying to be responsive to questions and concerns brought up by the development community and the planning commissioners about the ability to appeal Creeks Division denial of a waiver, and so we're recommending that there is a formal appeal process. We've sort of had that as an informal process, but we want to formalize that so people know, how that process works. So that's included in our recommendations, as is some other things with regard to the waiver. There were people that wanted a more formalized process because it was it's in the existing permit just as a narrative. And so we wanted to add to the narrative to provide clarity. And so we've added a appendix to the technical guidance manual that is a form that somebody can fill out for a waiver form that can be reviewed and processed. And then if there's an appeal, then the work has already been done there, and it won't create a lot of staff work. It won't create a lot of additional work for the applicant.
And that is something new that you've come up with to respond to concerns that this program is too difficult to adhere to, correct?
Correct, Madam Mayor. And I want to be clear, we researched all of these different things to see what other people were doing. We had multiple conversations with water board staff. The water board cautioned us on any kind of appeal. They don't have an appeal process, and they wanted to make sure that any kind of appeal didn't apply to the substance of the permit, because if there was an appeal and there's no ability to waive a requirement of the permit. So if somebody were to appeal and get some kind of waiver from any requirement in the permit, that they wanted to be clear with us that would be a violation of the permit and the Clean Water Act. And they don't have an appeal process, and they couldn't identify anybody else who had one. We spoke with the county's Project Clean Water. They don't have any kind of appeal process.
So this is something if we like the idea today, you'll go to the water board and try it out on them and say, hey, can you let us try this? You're going to go to
Yes.
them and ask permission. Okay.
Yes.
So I was looking at the letter from the AIA, and it talked about the difficulties with when there's a high water table or when the average site slope is greater than 20%. So, and I guess again, the question is about downtown, and I know Mr. Jordan orbited around this, and I think a lot of us want development or redevelopment downtown with retail changing, and those properties, we want them to be something that the community wants. Housing would be one of them. So is it the high water table there that's the problem? I hear people talking about lot line to lot line, and how could we help those projects go forward? I guess what it's coming down to, and I just trying to clarify it with you, that it would be off-site mitigation of some kind, because it's just impossible on downtown properties.
Madam Mayor, there are BMPs that people can use and have used. We had an engineer recently propose to us a green roof for a project, and just generally that is able to retain water that falls on the site. So if you have your 4-story building and the rooftop deck there, and a portion of that is a green roof, that is considered permeable and therefore wouldn't be part of the threshold. So that's one way you could get under that 15,000 square foot threshold and put yourself into tier 3. What we have found around the city is that issues like groundwater and contamination and soils and things like that are very site specific. There are U.S. Geological Survey maps for soil types, but they're very, very coarse. And just for an example, when we first started doing this, we were at Mackenzie Park, and we ended up doing 13 different borings to look at soil types and depth to groundwater and infiltration rates within that parking lot, which is, I think, a 30,000 square foot parking lot or something like that. And we found a huge range of infiltration rates just within that single spot. So I want to be clear, though, that those things that you mentioned, we are already, the specific language that we've proposed for our waiver language, it's in your attachment 2, it's in the change matrix, and this has always been a standard that we've used, but we're trying to write it expressly to be responsive to that concern from the AIA group. And it says, I think it's the 6th one down in the category requirements, and it says infiltration is required for tiers 2, 3, and 4 unless it is not feasible due to contamination, high groundwater, soils with insufficient infiltration rates, slopes, or other safety concern identified by a licensed geotech, basically. So it's got all of those things in there, and I can't think of a time where where the Creeks Division staff has not taken the word of a geotech person coming in and saying, if they tell us the slopes are not stable, we don't second guess that. That would potentially expose the city to huge liability. And so we just accept that. It doesn't mean that other BMPs cannot be used on the property. It just, they'll write us a letter and say infiltration BMPs don't work here. So if they don't work there, then you don't do them there. You have to look at the other BMPs to seek the waiver.
Okay. Well, I think I'm good with what I've been grappling with and needing clarification on, and I don't see anyone else popping on. So, Mr. Benson, I'm going to give you a little break and go to public comment, let someone else do some talking. And we'll probably take a break after public comment. Our practice is to every couple of hours do that. So thank you. Stand by. And Ms. Gorman, are there people waiting and raising their hands to make public comment on this item?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have several members of the public who would like to speak on this item.
Mr. Casey?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Generally, it's protocol to have the liaisons from the committees. I believe we have a liaison from the Creeks Committee and the Planning Commission. And so as a courtesy, you often call on them first to get their comments on behalf of those review bodies.
Well, I should have remembered that. Thanks. Ms. Gorman, let's see. So a Planning Commission person and then a Creeks Committee person.
Very good. We have Deborah Schwartz here from the Planning Commission. Ms. Schwartz, please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. Deborah Schwartz, Chair of the Planning Commission. I'm speaking to you today on the Commission's July 23rd special meeting on Stormwater Management Program amendments. Our city stormwater management program is, as you know, a highly technical one with significant multi-policy and land use implications. First, with appreciation to the community collaboration with city staff, over the past 2 years, our commission found proposed amendments for tiers 1, 2, and 3 to reflect significant improvements over the existing requirements. Now, after the Planning Commission undertook in-depth evaluation of and deliberations on the proposed amendments, we passed 2 motions that I'd like to tell you about. The first was a unanimous 7-0 vote to support staff proposals for tier 1, 2, and 3. However, with the recommendation to raise tier 3 threshold from 2,000 to 2,500 square feet. Also to include a waiver process that's been discussed this evening with formal monitoring to better understand how many are granted annually, and also include an appeal process, along with elimination of public right-of-way exemption. The second vote on a 6-1 was to recommend that tier 4 be structured with 15,000 square feet threshold to include options for applicants to treat stormwater off-site or on-site, or even with mitigation in lieu fees. The central business district and priority housing overlay should be addressed differently than other parts of the city, as they are critical areas relative to much needed housing development. If an in lieu fee program is developed and or watershed program, compliance with tier 4 could be done under an in lieu fee done on site or as part of the watershed plan. Lastly, I'd like to share some highlighted comments from commissioners. Number 1, to support a waiver on a case-by-case basis and to implement an appeal process. Suggested of in lieu fees to drop from tier 4 to tier 3 with flexibility in the priority housing overlay zone. So there was a concern with general plan consistency as it relates to encouraging housing, and to simplify this process is critical to make it less costly, not a one-size-fits-all solution. We value oceans and clean water. However, we need solutions that also support housing. We thank you for your consideration today, Madam Mayor and council members.
Thanks, Ms. Schwartz. We have someone from the Creeks Committee. Is it Ms. Gaskin?
Madam Mayor and Council, I do not see Ms. Gaskin here, so I suggest going ahead with other public comment and we'll check in and see if we have representatives.
We're happy to hear from any member of the Creeks Committee if someone is out there.
At this point, I don't think so, but I'll continue to reach out and confirm.
Ms. Snedden, oh, you're just on to hear the public comment?
No, Madam Mayor, if I may, I am the liaison to the Creeks Advisory Committee, and Ms. Gaskin, Dr. Gaskin mentioned that she may not be able to make it. She was going to try, and she mentioned that she's in complete and full support of the amendments.
Okay, very good. I just wanted to be fair to the Creeks Committee, and maybe someone will come on during the open period where we're hearing testimony. So we'll go ahead and then get ready and hear from everyone who's on the call. And if my council members would come onto the screen, thank you.
Very good. So our speakers will be Gil Berry, Paul Poirier, Benjamin Pitterly, Maximilian Kauer, Paul Zink, Kevin Dumaine. Gil Berry, please go ahead.
As an environmentalist and architect, I want clean air and clean water, but I'd like to make 3 important points. Number 1, my understanding is that the current law requirements of the state of California and the federal government, in other words, the Clean Air Act, the minimum requirements are far exceeded by our water board. And I'm not sure exactly what authority they have to exceed the minimum. I realize there's goals in exceeding the minimum, but I want to make it clear that there's many cities, like for example, Salinas, that don't have the onerous requirements that we have. So I think there's some legal leeway to somewhat lower the requirements and make them somewhat less onerous. Point 2, please remember that the rainwater in Santa Barbara is pure clean water. You can put a clean glass out, get the water, and you can drink it. It's pure water, it's clean water. It's not polluted water that drops in the rain. The pollution into our creeks and oceans comes from contaminants found in industrial sites, commercial sites, such as a laundry, and agricultural sites where they have animal waste and pesticides. In a new home in a residential neighborhood, it's pure clean water dropping down onto your roof, and it's not something that needs to be retained. It could flow into the creeks and into the ocean. It's pure clean water. And then my last point, which is the most important point of all, is the cost to comply with the current requirements and these revised requirements is still completely and totally onerous on tier 3 and the new tier 4 and the new tier 3 and existing tier 3. But 1 and 2 are no big deal. But anyway, just an example, on projects I design, like a new house, it costs my clients on $1 million house, not including the lot, $50,000 to comply with this stormwater, plus $10,000 in a civil engineer's fee. That's $60,000 out of $1 million job to comply, which is absolutely ridiculous. A new house on Brosing Way a couple of years ago, about a block from my house, I watched when they built it. Brian Cornell was the architect. They dig a big hole the size of an Olympic swimming pool, the size of a tennis court, 10 feet deep. They put 2 plastic underground retention storage tanks for the water. They were the size of school buses. I kid you not, they were the size of school buses buried down there in this massive pit. Must have cost them at least $100,000 on a house that might have been $1 million house. It's absolutely onerous, absolutely ridiculous. So I am in favor of going somewhat more in terms of making this thing a little less onerous. Thank you.
Very good. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Paul Poirier. Paul Poirier, please go ahead.
Hi, Paul Poirier. I'm an architect, member of a lot of different environmental organizations in town, and I also want clean water, clean creeks, clean ocean, and all that stuff. But I think that the way that these requirements are applied does have an impact on affordable housing and affordable commercial rent for small local businesses. And if we make commercial buildings more expensive to comply, we're going to end up with a lot of national chains and fewer local businesses with affordable rents. First off, I'd like to talk about some additional exemptions that were not included in the exemptions that are proposed. Projects on the wharf. So we were trying to do an elevator to get up to the second floor wine tasting place. That roof called for bioswales or some other kind of green roof on a wharf where you're trying to keep wood from rotting. It makes no sense. We're not recharging the groundwater, and all there might be is a little bit of bird poop on the roof that might wash off. And if the wharf wasn't there, it would just fall in the ocean. Things in the harbor that float amongst the boats as well, same kind of problem. There's nowhere to discharge the water to other than the sewer and the breakwater. Roof reconfiguration with no added roof area. Oftentimes rooftop equipment's put in for a restaurant. They have to alter the roof line to hide the equipment, or a house has a flat roof section. They want to put a pitched roof so that their house roof doesn't leak. Those things cause us to go into many of the higher tiers depending on the size of the house. And there's no additional runoff. It's just a mechanism to fund the clean water that we need in the city. And it puts an undue burden on small homeowners for that sort of roof alteration, and small business owners. Trash enclosures, which are required by the city on a lot of different commercial properties, would trigger the existing 500 square foot tier currently. So it's good that we're bumping that up. I agree with that. ADA accessibility improvements, ramps and things like that to get up to provide accessibility could also trigger under the 500 rule right now. I think that large projects with something over 2,000 square feet would trigger a full site compliance. Santa Barbara Plaza, we did that project, $4 million. The stormwater improvements cost between $400,000 and $450,000 to do that, representing about 10% of the project cost. Other larger projects, little 2,000 square foot project, would cost much more on the Samarkand property, which is 16.9 acres. Also on the Mesa Center, which is double the size of Santa Barbara Plaza, 4.6 acres. So you're looking at a small 2,000 square foot addition, which might cost $400,000, triggering $1 million in stormwater compliance to the parcel. There has to be something done for these large parcels so that you can make incremental improvements possible. I think my time is up, but thank you very much. And a lot of the other groups are great.
Thank you. Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Benjamin Pitterly. Benjamin, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Good evening. I'm Ben Pitterly with Santa Barbara Channel Keeper. I'm here on behalf of Channel Keeper to ask the council to move forward with staff's recommendation without further modification. I followed this specific issue for some time now, and I've spoken to city staff, the Planning Commission, Creeks Advisory Council. Staff has worked really hard to accommodate the development community. However, their current proposal does appear to maintain on average existing protections, but in a smarter way. And I do just want to take one moment to highlight the work of city staff here. I think we all recognize the expertise and the homework that they've done. They've clearly worked diligently to address this issue. And I think we've all heard that in staff's responses tonight. We've heard the ongoing comments and presentations by local developers. And I just have to say, some of the advocacy we may disagree with. Some of it we just don't fully buy. It's been advocated that we need to weaken the program's protections because of COVID. We don't believe that's appropriate. It's been argued that Santa Barbara needs to lower its standards to be on par with surrounding communities like Salinas, for example. We don't think Santa Barbara should be chasing the lowest common denominator of environmental protection. That's not our position. The most traction probably has come from the argument that this program needs to be weakened because it interferes with affordable housing. This was specifically latched onto by the Planning Commission several weeks ago when it offered its recommendation to weaken the program. But this claim lacks foundation. It's one thing to say that, but it has not been demonstrated that affordable housing projects are being regularly derailed by these policies. They say that, but no one has demonstrated that that's the case. And here's the thing, if that were really the concern, then why not advocate specifically to affordable housing conflicts? That's not what's being requested, because that's not the real problem. Rather, developers want the entire program weakened across the board, and that's not about affordable housing. And staff has already made this program appropriately flexible. We do understand there are additional costs to some projects. However, these policies are in place because traditional development approaches are the root cause of many of our water management problems. And with this program, the city's basically transitioning incrementally over a long term away from flushing rainwater as quickly as possible to the storm drain, causing pollution, flooding, and wasting our most precious resource. The city's transitioning rather to more sustainable, modern design, infiltrating water where it's possible to provide environmental benefits rather than harms. And that's just smart development. So, you know, it's a long-term strategy and it takes time, but that's the direction that Santa Barbara and cities all across the state and beyond are moving towards. So, Channel Keeper, we support staff's current recommendation to move its proposal forward to the regional board without additional modifications. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Maximilian Kelber, then Paul Zink, Kevin Dumaine, Tom Oshner, Jason Gotsis, and Anna Marie Gott. Maximilian Kelber, please go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Max Kalber, Watershed Program Intern at the Environmental Defense Center. EDC would like to express our support for the Creeks Division's proposed amendments to the post-construction requirements in the city's stormwater discharge permit. With urban stormwater runoff as the city's largest source of water pollution, it is critical that the city maintain water quality protections. The proposed amendments do just that, while providing flexibility for development and redevelopment projects. Clean water is vital to Santa Barbara's beauty and benefits the community. Clean water to swim and fish and protects our tourism economy. Recall before we had the stormwater permit, beaches were often closed to swimming and Santa Barbara's tourism economy took a real hit. That is why the Hotel and Lodging Association supported Measure B2000 and clean water. And now it is up to you to vote for protecting Santa Barbara's clean water by upholding staff's balanced and effective amended stormwater permit. City staff worked for 2 years with all stakeholders to come up with what was a fair and effective compromise. As currently drafted, we support these amendments. However, we strongly urge the city not to adopt any additional exemptions, waivers, or other changes which would risk violating the city's stormwater permit and harm water quality. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Paul Zink. Paul Zink, please go ahead.
Hello, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Paul Zink. I'm an architect in town and I am part of the AIA subcommittee that has worked with the Creeks in preparing the changes for our local stormwater project. Want to go over a couple of points that were brought up in the presentation. The first one to verify is currently under our tier 3 requirements where we have to treat 1 inch of water. We are not required to retain 1 inch of water unless we increase the impervious surface area on the site. For tier 4, for the downtown areas or any large projects of 15,000 square feet, the 1.2 inches that we are required to treat, we are also mandatory required to retain. So the difference is that for tier 3, 1 inch, no retention if it's already impervious surface area. So taking down a 2-story building and replacing with a 4-story building, if there's no increase in impervious surface area, there is no retention. So that's the concern about the downtown area, in which that we are going to have to retain water where we weren't having to do it under the tier 3 policies. So you can imagine what's going to happen. There's going to be a lot of 14,999 square foot building impervious surface areas because we're going to have a lot of rooftop gardens, so we'll never be in the tier 4 requirements. And so we're going to avoid going into the 1.2 category. Let's just say go into the 1.2 category for the treatment of the water, but let's not have any retention requirement in the downtown area when you're already, say, 90% impervious surface area. Because that's the real concern here, is what do we do with the water when you're already 100% paved? We have to find a place to put it. So that's the first issue. The second issue is in my lists of what's required in the county of Santa Barbara, residential tier is 15,000 square feet, commercial is 22,000 square feet. I don't know where I get my numbers, and Cameron said it's 15,000 everywhere. Mr. Benson, that's fine. But I would say for the city council members, we as the city get to say what we want for our water process, our water system program, and we take it to the water board and we say, this is what we're doing for all of these reasons. And if we change tier 4 in the downtown area for these specific reasons, that is what the presentation that we will make to the water board. The AIA will go to the water board with the creeks and support the creeks in making their presentation to the water board, because it is important for our vision of the downtown and of the future of our city that we do not lock ourselves into some system that has not been shown on paper what it's going to entail. Thank you all for doing your homework. I appreciate it and your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Kevin Dumaine, then Tom Oshner, Jason Gotsis, Anna Marie Gott, Joseph Andruletis, and Cassandra Ensberg. Kevin Dumaine, please go ahead.
I'm an associate and a project architect with Design Arc Architects. Our firm is responsible for the design of all 3 sites of the Hotel Californian, project formerly known as Entrada. This was not an easy project to make happen. Several developers tried and failed to make the finances work over the years. Eventually, one stepped up to the plate, and the result has been a tremendous asset to the community and a revitalization of Lower State Street. Working under an older set of stormwater regulations and with the help of Stantec, we were able to achieve 93% filtration compliance at 35 state, 88% at 36 state, and 95% at 120 state. Factors such as the high groundwater level, limited availability of municipal storm drain lines, and not being able to use gutters on portions of the old hotel were restrictions that couldn't be overcome. Some of the small spaces around the perimeter create additional sidewalk for the public realm. Some of them couldn't be treated at all. These kind of spaces will also occur on other projects that have to widen an impervious public sidewalk due to the pedestrian master plan requirements. I strongly recommend that the Tier 4 standards require 90% diversion, but aim for 95, similar to the Tier 3 levels. Achieving higher levels than this is really not practical. There are just too many real-world issues to overcome to pursue these diminishing returns. More effort should be made to clean up the low-hanging fruit of pollution, such as the city streets coated in oil. This is where our credit program could be very beneficial by implementing multiple small-scale projects in areas with higher levels of pollution. You'll accomplish more for the same amount of money. The Entrada project did not have to retain significant amounts of stormwater due to the older standards and the previous development on the property. The proposed standards would not have been possible with that design due to the high groundwater and limited access to the drains. Dedicating stormwater retention space above the water table and on the ground floor would have altered the program and could have jeopardized the project. The proposed Tier 4 regulations are more suited for low-density projects near the airport and not the dense urban sites such as the Hotel Californian. City policies and zoning regulations generally support the dense downtown development that we need more than ever, and have come to recognize that the cumulative effects of environmental impacts of this strategy are far preferable to the sprawl. Proposed stormwater policies should be consistent with these other policies and not prevent the types of projects that our downtown needs. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Tom Oshner, then Jason Gotsis, Anna Marie Gott, Joseph Andruletis, and Cassandra Ensberg. Tom Oshner, please go ahead.
Madam Mayor and City Council, my name is Tom Oxner. I am the co-chair for the AIA Advocacy Committee regarding stormwater. You just heard from Paul Zink, and I compliment a bit of what he's saying. We want to commend the Creeks Department for a successful effort to improve the stormwater program. This has really come a long way, but we feel 3 items remain to be addressed, and these items are waivers, appeals, and Tier 4. Waivers are a list of conditions that if exist on a site, you receive some relief, but not total relief. The list of these waivers do not include 3 key ones that we have listed in our AIA letter to you. and they are high water table, low infiltration, and steep slope. If not on the list of approved waivers, you have to prove that it is technically infeasible. And we all know that with enough money, nothing is technically infeasible. It really should say reasonably infeasible. And even when a waiver appears to apply, there is sometimes a disagreement between the project engineer and the Creek staff. We welcome the added language to the appeal waiver determination to the community development director, but this is just a piece of what's needed. First of all, the community development director is not likely an engineer, but what is really needed is the ability to appeal what is considered technically infeasible. Please look at this definition in Appendix J. It's item number 23. However, Tier 4 is by far the most uncertain aspect of the amendments. And I don't know that it's really clear that we understand that it's being applied at a 15,000 square foot trigger here, although it is the same characteristics of other areas that applied at a much higher trigger. This was added to regain the amount of treatment lost in the changes to the lower tiers. This applies a heightened level of Tier 4 requirements to large projects. It is untested and includes no ability to provide treatment in the public way, not in adjacent properties, but in the public way, and lots of opportunities for unintended consequences. It seems logical to anticipate improvements to portions of the downtown, such as the State Street Promenade, which could easily include stormwater features. For example, raised planters in surrounding outdoor dining areas could act as a stormwater infiltration. The upcoming AIA charrette will no doubt feature many forward-thinking ideas like this. Much of the CBD is located within the high water table area. The retention requirements for tank storage, which is a big part of Tier 4, will likely be a huge obstacle to the viability of future projects. If we have learned anything from the past decade with the stormwater ordinance, it is that the devil is in the details. The language in this ordinance will be final, and it will be used by state auditors, whether we like it or not. The last thing we want to do is to approve something that we are not certain about and something that allows an overly rigid enforcement without checks and balances. So in a nutshell, the AIA supports the changes proposed to tiers 1 through 3. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
Our next speaker is Jason Gotsis, then Anna Marie Gott, then Andrulidis, then Ensberg. Mr. Gotsis, please go ahead.
Madam Mayor and City Council members, my name is Jason Gotsis, and I'm a civil engineer working for Ashland Advanced Engineering here in the city. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important program. It has been our experience that many of our clients try to avoid Tier 3 under the current program due to cost and associated infeasibility to infiltrate on sites with existing physical constraints. This is an important point because if you approve a program that the city's residents intentionally try to avoid, that program will fail to achieve the intended goals. We feel the proposed changes to Tier 1, 2, and 3 are improvements that make the program more reasonable. However, the proposed Tier 4 is problematic in that it will impact the ability to redevelop downtown Santa Barbara. It is our understanding that Creek staff has mentioned that there are only 6 downtown parcels that are large enough to trigger the Tier 4 requirements. However, the redevelopment of our downtown will most likely require lot mergers, and thus most downtown redevelopment projects will be impacted by the Tier 4 requirements. The recent project at the corner of Anacapa and Ortega across from the Paradise Cafe is an example of a lot merger redevelopment. This was 2 existing lots that were merged into 1. Tier 4 requires the retention and infiltration of stormwater. That means we are required to prevent the stormwater from leaving the property. It is impossible to do this without impacting the building footprint on the property, as well as compromising the integrity of new and existing adjacent foundations by infiltrating stormwater right next to them. Thus, Tier 4 will impact the financial feasibility of redeveloping our downtown. With respect to the Anacapa and Ortega project I just mentioned, this would have meant a substantial reduction of building footprint that could have, or more likely would have, led to economic infeasibility to move that project forward. We do not recommend approving the current proposed Tier 4 requirement, and that you have staff work with the development community to develop the stormwater program so it is both reasonable and effective without impacting economically viable redevelopment projects that would benefit the city. One solution could be allowing treatment only on these larger projects for these highly constrained sites. Treatment only would still align with the goals of the city and state to treat runoff from the site. We would also recommend that a more formal appeals process be allowed when the project civil engineers are not able to provide a feasible solution to meet the technical requirements in the Creek's Stormwater Technical Guidance Manual. The appeal could be presented to a third party, such as a licensed civil engineer employed by the city. Thank you for your consideration in this matter.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Anna Marie Gott. Anna Marie Gott, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, council members. I support the suggestions as is with one exception, and that has to do with the appeal. I also sent you an email with 5 individual suggestions regarding changes that I would like to see made. And what I would just like to say regarding the AIA and some, large property owners or maybe even corporations that want changes for the downtown regarding Tier 4, I really have to ask, if we're going to be eliminating these requirements for treating stormwater on site under the Clean Water Act, at whose expense are we going to do this? Is it the city, which is going to be responsible legally? Is it the residents that live here? Is it the property owners that have had to comply with all the other requirements? Or is it the tourists that are going to be affected when they, swim in the ocean? This really doesn't sound equitable at all. And in a year when we're talking about justice and equality and things being equitable, this seems really wrong to do in terms of moving forward with the suggestions of the AIA and some of these other wealthy property owners, some of who probably are under Proposition 13 and don't pay their fair share in taxes. And I guess this is my time to say vote for Proposition 15 on the ballot this year, besides just voting in general. Regarding this idea of an appeal with the community development director, I think it's a really bad idea. We have a community development director right now waiving parking requirements and all sorts of other requirements, and they're never documented. They're not public. And we are basically giving away public land for private use and benefit. And you are supposed to be the fiduciary responsibility for this, and you don't even have it, because you've got someone in a back room giving away parking spaces and access to public right-of-way, left, right, and center, with no remuneration to the public for the use of that property. Regarding some of the other things that I'm listed in my 5 bullet points, we don't have applicants that maybe need to pay an in lieu fee for the use of public right-of-way. And maybe we need to have that, because we would at least be getting compensation. There is also a question about 710 State Street. It's about ready to get PDA, and it sounds like Mr. Benson should have actually reviewed that, and he hasn't seen that project. So are we going to have a problem after the fact with them not being able to treat everything on site and
Thanks, Ms.
wanting
Scott. Thanks so much.
and wanting a waiver?
We got your point. Thanks. Next message. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Joseph Andrulidis, then Cassandra Ensberg, then Eddie Harris. Please go ahead, Joseph.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council members. My name is Joe Andrulidis. I'm a local architect familiar with the stormwater guidelines. The obvious purpose of the guidelines is to improve water quality. But if meeting those guidelines, it becomes so cumbersome and costly that nearly everyone does everything they can to avoid compliance, it defeats the purpose of the regulation and thus no longer becomes effective in achieving its goal. Reasonable guidelines will result in reasonable compliance and will work better to improve our water quality. With that said, I offer 3 suggestions. Consider receiving credit for removing impervious surfaces. If I convert a 10,000 square foot parking lot and place a 2,000 square foot building on it, I need to comply with Tier 3. That's unreasonable. We need to incentivize the removal of existing impervious surfaces and not punish people for it. Second, I'd like further clarification that the entire RIP area for small additions will no longer be counted as impervious area. I've read the definition in Appendix A for re-roofing and it's not clear to me, so I'd like Cameron to comment on that further. Lastly, I would like you to consider converting the 2,000 square foot threshold to a percentage of lot area. Currently, a 6,000 square foot lot and a 5-acre lot have the same trigger for Tier 3. Increasing the threshold does nothing to address this disparity and places a disproportionate burden on larger lots. Thanks for considering my comments, and I welcome your responses. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Cassandra Ensberg, and final speaker is Eddie Harris. Oh, sorry, we have one additional speaker, Mike Goins. So we'll have Cassandra Ensberg, Eddie Harris, Mike Goins. Cassandra Ensberg, please go ahead. Cassandra Ensberg, please go ahead.
There. Thank you. I don't know, I have such a trouble with this little green button, but thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. It's good to see you all. And thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I support all of the comments that have been made by my colleagues. I think they've made some great points, so I don't want to go over those. I think they've said it very well. I just wanted to say a few comments for myself, that I'm a very proud environmentalist and that I appreciate and support all the many incredible environmental groups that we have in Santa Barbara and that we are so well known for. I want to recognize the AIA and the Planning Commission for their comments. I think those were very well put together for you all. And I want to thank the Creeks Division and to Mr. Benson for that very good presentation. I want to recognize them for coming a long way and working together with the community and the professionals to make some really great progress. So I want to recognize that and thank them for that. I would like to say that I would think it would be very wise to pull the CBD out of this right now, because there's just too much going on down there. And I think you're going to learn a lot from the charrette that's coming up. There's so many great ideas for how we can do stormwater down there. And we just need to be a little more creative in our thinking. So just give it a little chance, pull that one off, and then look at it more carefully in the days to come as we're getting the work from the charrette, which is going to be amazing. I promise you, it is so great. And then I would like to just encourage a little bit. I really appreciated Mr. Benson said one of the most, the main pollutants to our earth, air, and water is caused by automobile emissions. And one of the ways that we can solve that problem is by creating housing and jobs in Santa Barbara and reduce the number of commutes in and out of Santa Barbara every single day. That I haven't heard anyone really talk about, but it's a very important factor of how everything changes once we start having more housing in the downtown and people not having to commute so much. So that's a factor that I think should be considered. And I think that was what I wanted to say, but thank you very much for this. Again, I urge just put the CBD aside and look forward to talking and about the charrette work and what we learn. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Eddie Harris. Eddie Harris. Oh, and Madam Mayor, we do have Lori Gaskin. She has joined us also. Let's do Eddie Harris. Mr. Harris, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm Eddie Harris, longtime advocate for clean water. I'm speaking for Santa Barbara Urban Creeks Council, and we are happy to see these amendments as proposed. Santa Barbara's water quality problems will require a rigorous and consistent retrofit program for redevelopment. We're fortunate to have professionals who are up for that task. Excellent guidance from the Capable Creeks Division staff. Santa Barbara has made a good start on solving water pollution problems. And I'm confident that with these amendments, that progress will continue, that one day water quality problems will be a thing of the past. We think staff has done a pretty good job of creating fairness in the amendments. And so SBCC urges you to move forward with the amendments as staff recommends, as written, and to remain unweakened. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Harris. Next speaker.
Our final public speaker is Mike Goins, and then we'll hear from Lori Gaskin. Mike Goins, please go ahead. Mike Goins, please go ahead. Go ahead. Mr. Goins, we'll come back to you. Lori Gaskin. Lori Gaskin, please go ahead. Ms. Gaskin, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is Lori Gaskin, and I have the honor and privilege of serving on the Creeks Advisory Committee, and particularly to be its chair. And I thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. The Creeks Advisory Committee heard the very thorough and comprehensive presentation that Cameron Benson provided to you at our meeting in September, and we were unequivocal and resoundingly in support of the stormwater discharge revisions that have been proposed. There's been no dissent amongst our committee members regarding our support for this. The staff, we feel, has done an excellent job in addressing some of the more pressing issues and to make the requirements more workable and to provide greater clarity for those who are seeking to need to utilize those with regard to their projects. It is poignant to all of us that this is coming before the council during Creeks Week. And Creeks Week, we know that the city of Santa Barbara takes a major role and a leadership role in that regard. And I just wanted to remind you of the mission and purpose of Creeks Week. And it is an annual celebration of our creeks, watersheds, and ocean to help build awareness and stewardship of the natural treasures of our region. It would be ironic to do anything other than support these revisions as proposed and to do everything in your power to maintain that environmental and stewardship responsibility that you hold so clearly with regard to our streams, our watersheds, and our oceans. Any diminishment or concessions that would weaken the requirements would simply be so counter to what Santa Barbara has long been in a leadership role with. So we want to express our support of the revisions as proposed, as well as just heartfelt support for the staff who have done an exceptional job working with all of the different entities and the issues at hand to provide this very balanced revision to our stormwater regulations. Thank you.
Thanks. Did the other gentleman come back, Ms. Clerk?
Let's see, Mike Goins. Mike Goins, please go ahead. You're not muted, you may speak. Madam Mayor, he was our final speaker.
Okay, we'll close public comment with thanks to everyone. Let me ask a couple of questions. One was from Mr. Androlitis. Mr. Benson, if you're still there, this is one question that I gleaned from the public comment was about rooftops on smaller properties. Do they count as impervious surface? Did I get that question right? Did you write that down? Go ahead, Mr. Benson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I did get his question. I didn't understand it quite that way. He was asking about re-roofing.
Then maybe I didn't. Okay, go ahead.
He was asking about the definition of re-roofing specifically and wanted to check that, I think. And so I'd like to refer you to attachment 1 and 2. Attachment 1 is our list of exemptions, and number 2 on the list is re-roofing projects are exempt as defined in Appendix A glossary. And I think Mr. Androlitis was referring specifically to the definition, so I want to make sure to get to that. And I was looking at it. I've got it. It's on page 4 of the. It's on page 4 of the significant changes matrix, and it's the last one in the definition sections. So in our current technical guidance manual, there is no definition of re-roofing. And when I heard Mr. Androlitis bring it up, it took me back into the room where I was working with the AIA stakeholder group, many of whom just spoke to you, and we parsed this definition out, word by word, and a group wordsmithing. And the definition says re-roofing. It says repair and or maintenance of existing framing, decking, flashing, underlayment. I'm not even sure what that is. But it was important to them, and roofing material, okay. For example, shingles, tiles, or metal. So, but one thing I would like to make clear in this. So if you come into re-roof, it's exempt. But if you're changing your roof, so you're changing the roof area, or you are changing the pitch of your roof, or you are putting in dormers. We had a long discussion about if you're putting in dormers, those dormer areas, that newly designed area will count towards your threshold. But the rest of the roof doesn't. I mean, we really exhausted that and hammered it out, and I think we had agreement with that, and that was explained to our environmental organization stakeholders as well.
Okay, that was just a courtesy question on his behalf. So if you could we'll go to Ms. Sneddon to start off our deliberations, but Mr. Benson, what you presented today was the Creeks Division, your program. You did incorporate the Planning Commission's suggestion to go to, oh no, they wanted you to go to 2,500. Okay, so you're at 2,000 square feet. So what you presented today is what your division is proposing and what the Creeks Committee approved without changes.
Madam Mayor, yes, that's true, but I want to say that it is the whole city staff recommendation, not just the Creeks Division. We were the lead, but I would be remiss in not recognizing and thanking Renee Brook, our city planner, Andrew Stuffler, our chief building official, Brian DeMore, our city engineer, Adam Hendel, principal engineer with the Public Works Department that does everything in the right of way, and Dan Henschke from the city attorney's office, all of whom put in a lot of work over the last 2 years to make sure everything's consistent and fits with each other. And so this is the city staff recommendation.
Thank you. With that, we'll go to Ms. Sneddon for her commentary.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just would like to say that I think I'm in complete support of the recommendation as presented. This has been so thoroughly vetted in the community and with stakeholders. As the liaison to the Creeks Advisory Committee, I've seen the care and attention over these last couple years to every detail in these amendments. And that's to Mr. Benson's credit, but also, as he mentioned, to city staff across the board, the attention to that detail. We're on the impaired water bodies list. That is serious. We're not just talking about stewardship of our creeks, we're talking about remediation and mitigations. We're on the impaired list. So that becomes all of our liability. And these amendments, the way that I see them, already represent compromise. Mr. Benson just described meeting with AIA stakeholders, and he's met with many stakeholders. And these are compromises already that are presented here. And not only should we prioritize clean watersheds, but it's required. So even if it were a choice of ours to prioritize them or not, we need to be in compliance. I don't think that in lieu fees or offsite mitigations can compensate. These adjustments that are presented here really address more flexibility, more fairness to share the burden throughout the city. We've heard from downtown representatives, but on the hillsides, there's been an unfair burden to residences mitigating this runoff from the hillside. So this new flexibility allows that burden to be shared throughout the city. And so, yes, some will be taking on more of the burden than they did before, and we're likely to hear a lot from them. But there are a good many people, community members, residents in our city who will be eased by these changes, by having lessened the burdens. To Mr. Jordan's question and comments about that we're incentivizing building lot line to lot line, increasing densities on constrained lots and the difficulty of that. I mean, I guess I would say to that maybe we're not building in the right places, and maybe we shouldn't be incentivizing lot line to lot line. And if we are doing that, then it shouldn't be at the expense of our waterways. So to incentivize that, and then also to say, and you don't need to mitigate for the impacts to the creeks, is sort of a double whammy on the integrity of our watersheds. So if we're building more, I think we need to be even more prioritizing our waterways, because once those are built, they're built, and we don't get that back. There are exciting things happening in the CBD. The more excitement there is and the more development there is, the more impact to the watersheds. So that doesn't translate to me to mean more impact to the watershed, so relieve the regulations. That doesn't make a fair trade-off in my mind. More development hurts our watersheds. So more development needs to be where the mitigations are. It's more effective to be preventing that runoff than to be mitigating or treating it later down the line. So take care of it at the source where it's happening. And in areas where it's difficult, where you have clay soils or high water tables, it's still possible. There's so many options. There's slides and slides of options in the presentation today of all the different ways that you could address these mitigations. It doesn't have to be just one alternative, and especially if we're looking at roof decks as a possibility for that. And really, it's just our topography in Santa Barbara. We have that steep watershed, and then in our low-lying area, it's not just a steep watershed, but it's short, the distance of it. So you just don't have as much time and room for filtration, but that's also what makes our community so beautiful. And it's just a challenge of dealing with the watershed, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it or that anybody should be excused from it when we're on the list. So many options that there are to address it. These amendments show much more flexibility, much more shared burden, more evenly distributed throughout the city. I do not believe that the CBD and priority overlay should be addressed differently. If we're incentivizing development, then we need to also take care of the mitigations for our watersheds. I can't see incentivizing and then having different regulations for that. That's what would be causing more of an impact. I also really don't believe that we need to be trading housing and for clean water. I don't think that that's really a fair assessment of what the trade-off is. I think we can have housing and clean water. And if not, then we're putting our housing not in the best place for our environment. And we need to look at that if that's the case. If that truly is that we can't have both, then we should take another look at where we're prioritizing housing. Still prioritize it, but maybe in a different location. This will make it far less onerous for the residents, and it's going to share that. It's balanced and fair. I don't believe we should have exemptions or waivers. I think we just, if you're constructing something, you need to handle what your runoff is. And then just one more note about the CBD. When you do have a higher water table in the CBD, it's more difficult. You're also closer to the ocean, and both of those things actually make you have more impact to the quality of our water. Your proximity to the water table makes it challenging, but it also makes a development more dangerous to the watershed if that isn't being mitigated properly. And the proximity to the ocean, there just isn't space or time for it to percolate or to be mitigated in another way. So I don't see those as reasons to then relieve the regulations. It's all the more reason to make sure that those waterways are protected. So, I mean, I think the bottom line for me, we hear a lot about what's economically feasible and what doesn't pencil out, but I think we really have to prioritize what's environmentally feasible and really not just trade one for the other. And these already do represent quite a compromise on the part of the city in an attempt to be flexible and fair. And I completely support the recommendations as brought to us.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman, were you ready to go next? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for your comments, Mayor Pro Tem Stetten. I agree with what you were saying. I'm on the same page with a lot of what you were saying. But first, I'd like to, one, thank the public, the different groups, the AIA, the environmental groups, and others who have participated over the last 2 years on this process. You've provided a constructive dialogue and aired a lot of issues and worked well together over the past 2 years to come up with what we have here now. I'd also like to thank all of our staff who have been working on this. Mr. Benson mentioned by name. I want to recognize all the work that you've all done on this. But in particular, I do want to recognize Cameron Benson for your leadership in bringing this forward. I know going into it, it was probably like threading a needle through a haystack to try to get some consensus. But you've done a great job of outreach and listening and coming to what I feel is a really good compromise considering the different constituencies we have. And in this day and age, we talk about how there isn't a lot of compromise in a lot of our public policy arena. And this is an example of where we do have some. And I just like, for me personally, I think when we have a compromise, a good compromise is good public policy. And I think today we have that. One of the things I do want to mention is that everybody who I think spoke today and those I've spoken with and reviewed the transcripts and the meetings from the Planning Commission and others is that everybody, I don't think there's a single person here that doesn't want to improve our water quality. I think we all value what that brings for our community. So I want to make that clear that I value everyone's input that's got us to here. And going back to around 2000, I think it's been mentioned a couple of times before we had Measure B, was that we had frequently closed beaches. And that over the last 2 decades, we have increased our protections and we've had more success in doing that. And so our community, our beaches are part of not just the environment, but it's part of who we are and what makes us as individuals and as a community. So looking at going forward, how we want to continue that trend to protect the beaches and the creeks is of utmost importance. And I do understand being from the questions today and the conversations I've had over the past few weeks, the central business districts and the challenges that are there. But one of the things that I've learned is that the Tier 4 is the minimum standard of the Regional Water Quality Board. And that's important because, as I mentioned, going to a compromise is that I never would have thought that some of the environmental organization groups would have agreed to lift the 500 square feet to the 2,000. So that was a significant compromise on that. And then also conversely, going from 4,000 to 2,000 for the Tier 3 was a significant compromise from architects and development interests as well. And so the tier 4 balances that out in terms of the total coverage that we have. And that was something that was important to me. And I think it will resonate with the Regional Water Board as we go forward. And then for me, the proposal by Creeks today, it also simplifies the process going forward for many projects within the city by raising it to the 2,000 square feet. And it just provides a clearer process and allows more flexibility for a lot of projects within the city. So that's a very important aspect of what we're achieving here today. I think there's a lot of positives that come out of this. And ultimately, my concern if we made changes today is that we do have that compromise, but it is a fragile compromise. And if we start making tweaks on one end of it, it could have impacts on the other, and we could lose the coalition we have. And I think it's very important to be able to present a united community going forward as we try to seek regional board approval and ultimately coastal commission approval as well. And if we make tweaks to this and we lose that coalition, I think it could undermine a lot of what we're trying to do in terms of presenting the good faith effort we've had over the past 2 years. The one issue it got brought up that I would like to see included has to do with the waiver, because we, as Mr. Benson explained, we do have that waiver process, which is unique to us currently. And I didn't write down exactly what the comment was, but when Councilmember Jordan raised it, Mr. Benson said that we could raise it to the regional board and allow them to make that decision. And I think we should go forward with that for the tier 4 to have that ability for the waiver and I believe it's the offsite mitigation to raise those issues as potential additional parts of this that we could do, and ultimately see if the regional board is open to that, because I think there is a lot of value, especially when we're talking about our central business district and other areas that have that. So I would like to give some of the staff recommendations plus that limited direction to include that question to the regional board. I can't remember exactly how Mr. Benson and Mr. Jordan phrased it, but that's what I'd like to see. And again, this is a good compromise, and I think we should really honor that and go forward with it at this point. Thank you.
So just to clarify, Mr. Friedman, you would be okay with asking the water board, would they approve of an appeal and waiver process? And then when you said offsite mitigation, did you mean the in lieu fee part of it?
No, I mean the way it is, where that we have it now, where you can do the offsite if it's not technically feasible, you can find another.
Oh, that's right. Okay, that's already part of it.
Different
Mr.
than
Benson?
which is what we have, if I understand that correctly. I want to make sure I get this right, Mr. Benson. Can you address those points?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor and Councilmember Friedman. What Councilmember Friedman just described is what is part of the proposal right now. We have that waiver proposed as the waiver is included in tier 4, tier 2, tier 3, and tier 4, where it's infeasible. So that is included as part of what's before you today.
Okay, perfect. So no changes. So then it's
So no
just
changes.
the full recommendation that you have. Okay, that clarifies that. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Mr. Jordan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I guess I remain uneasy, but it's certainly not a level of unease that I'm going to cause a ruckus today. 10 years or more ago, when the first stormwater management program guidelines or provisions came out, they were just as untested then as these changes are going to be now, particularly in the downtown area. And to say that they've been anything short of a huge success would be incorrect. I know even our stormwater management manual was the poster manual for the entire region, the manual that we had out, and so I think to continue our pushing the envelope is what we need to do. Some of the comments I heard are just a little off-putting in dismissal of the gains that we've had The new construction that would send stormwater out into the roadway does not contribute because of course it is still picking up pollutants on the roadway. That if you just treat on site and send out, that's okay because there's still a matter of volume and velocity gathering what's out there once it leaves your property and contributing to pollution. So I just, I think we need to give this a chance. It's not lost on me when I'm picking winners and losers that the winners are the areas that are the hillside districts, and the losers are the downtown parcels that are either 15,000 square feet or are going to be 15,000 square feet. And the tension of, as always, the tension of one set of goals or one set of policies supporting one thing is a little bit in conflict with another one, which is the story of our lives, of course. Just pick up the general plan and look at every other page, right? So, but the thing that really resonates back to me, and Mr. Benson will remember the frequent conversations we've had on this, all the way back to our first term on the Creeks Committee, and that is that we were impaired watersheds then, and we're still impaired watersheds right now. So we have not improved, we may have improved our watersheds, we may not be going backwards, but we're still impaired. So just doing the same thing we've always done is not sufficient. We need to continue to look for ways to eventually move ourselves off those impairment lists. And if this isn't the answer, I trust the system that a few years from now we'll be looking at it again to adjust it. My unease just continues a little bit, that I don't really think from a development standpoint, particularly in the downtown, it's not so much about the dollars, it's about the space, and the space that's at a minimum. And so I just hope we keep a good eye on this and watch that from that perspective. But otherwise, I'm happy to support the staff recommendations and move it on to the next level. And wish Creek staff and Mr. Benson good luck with this, and looking forward to seeing the returns it will give. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Ms. Nedden, did you have something to add at this point?
I was wondering if you're looking for a motion yet, or if you're going through.
Well, it looks like there's 3 so far that are thinking of the same line of thinking. So by all means, go ahead and we'll see what the other council members have to say.
Okay, I'd like to move the staff recommendation that council directs staff to prepare and submit this application to the Central Coast Regional Water Quality Control Board, seeking approval of the proposed amendments to post-construction requirements in the city's stormwater discharge permit as presented today.
I'll second it.
We have a second from Mr. Friedman. So to the motion, Ms. Harmon, or however you want to present your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sure happy to be very brief. I was just going to say before that happened that I'm in agreement with my colleagues. I fully support these amendments as presented today. Also, again, as my colleagues did, really want to express my sincere appreciation to Mr. Benson and the staff. I mean, this is a very complicated area of policy, and I really appreciate your effort in trying to bring me along with you. It really helped to answer many of my questions and some of the real question marks that existed for me about how this policy can be implemented. So I just want to extend my sincere thanks. And briefly, I'll just say, I really do agree with my colleagues that this represents a significant step forward. And while I've heard from many folks, particularly in the downtown, in the CBD, that this may not go far enough in terms of easing some of the development challenges that they face. This is a huge step forward, and governing is an iterative process. And this is one step. We'll continue to look at this and see how it works for our community, while of course maintaining a focus on that fundamental core value of ours here in Santa Barbara, which is clean water, clean environment, and healthy planet. That's who we are here. So there are things that we've got to balance, but I do recognize that folks are looking for some easing, but this is a big step forward. I would encourage those that called in talking about the AIA process to continue to have that conversation, and I really hope that you do. I would like to see moving forward down the line what exemptions for downtown housing can include potentially off-site options. I mean, I think that there's reason to continue thinking about these issues and continue being creative as a community to how to solve some of these challenges. So I would invite you all to continue to do so, and really just want to express my sincere appreciation for all the work that everyone put in to get us to this point. And I will proudly be voting in favor of this move today. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Mr. Gutierrez or Ms. Gutierrez, did you have comments to submit? Sir, go ahead.
I just want to echo what my colleagues had to say, and I'm ready to vote.
Okay, very good. And I am also supportive of the motion. I put in mind, was reminded of the vote for Measure B back in 2000 and how much support there was for our Clean Creeks program, the initiative, and people didn't mention it today in their deliberative comments, but we had dozens of emails supporting city staff's recommendation on this item, even if they didn't call in today. I would say that. I would also acknowledge Ms. Ensberg's statement that good things will come out of the charrette process, and ideas on stormwater capture, treatment, and how that development and redevelopment downtown could be done in a manner that of course is protects the environment. And I did hear that too from the architects and the land use professionals that called in, and that's also sent us emails and and letters that they do value our creeks, clean ocean water, and also the tourism that of course it is a big part of that. So it looks like we're ready to vote, Ms. Clerk. And the motion is exactly what's on the screen. If you would take a roll call vote, thank you.
Certainly. We have a motion for the staff recommendation by Mayor Pro Tem Snedden and seconded by Councilmember Friedman. Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Snedden.
Yes, and Madam Mayor, I want to apologize for jumping on that motion. I thought that we were finished with deliberative, but yes, is my vote.
And I do believe a couple of people wanted to second the motion. So Friedman got it technically, but it looked like a lot of people wanted to jump in. So I acknowledge that. And my vote is aye. So thanks. So that was unanimous, Ms. Clerk. Did I get that right?
Correct.
Okay, so that passes. We thank Mr. Benson and all of the city staff. Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Benson, that it was a staff effort. Did you have
Madam
something
Mayor,
to add?
If you just indulge me just one second, because I didn't get to say this earlier. I want to, there were 3 Creeks Division staff people who put a ton of work into this, and I didn't mention them in that group, and that is George Johnson and Jim Rumbly and Jill Murray. All did a ton of work to try to pull all this together. And then again, I really want to thank the stakeholder groups. Like I said, for 2 years, we've been meeting and emailing and talking on the phone, and that includes the architects and engineers from the Santa Barbara AIA, who were tremendously helpful in with suggestions and had lots of ideas and really helped out. And then with the water quality and environmental organizations, we had Santa Barbara Channel Keeper, the Environmental Defense Center, Urban Creeks Council, Heal the Ocean, and Sweetwater Collaborative, who came to meeting after meeting to discuss these changes and weigh in and to try to build that kind of global solution that we were looking for. And so thanks to all of them. And then finally, thanks to all of you for your trust. We have a long road ahead of us. This is sort of just getting started, but these are things that the community is really interested in. And so my commitment to you and to all of those participants and to the public is we will move forward as expeditiously as possible to get this application in and get it going through the water board. And hopefully we'll be successful there. And then we'll be back to the city council to make our amendments to our municipal code so we can put the new rules, better rules in place. So thanks to all of you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks. And we'll close the item and move on to councilmember committee assignment reports. We're back from our break. Mr. Jordan, go ahead.
Last week or 10 days, I attended Visit Santa Barbara update for their stakeholders, talking about the state of hospitality. Watched last week the UCSB Economic Forecast Group on a webinar regarding real estate and the pandemic, which is, of course, worth watching every week because it changes every week. Attended a coast advocacy meeting of just a group of coasters who were just looking on advocacy throughout the whole county on projects they're doing and efforts that are taking. Watched the most of the Planning Commission meeting last week talking about Paseo Nuevo, which was the development agreement as presented was denied. Consideration was denied by the Planning Commission, and I'm assuming that will be coming to us on appeal sometime in October now. And then, as Ms. Gaskin mentioned and stole my thunder, you do know that it is Creeks Week, and if you have put in 8+ years on the Creeks Advisory Committee, as I have in the past, they take care of you every year with a little bit of swag to wear around the city. But you can still start at the 19th, goes through the 26th, and you can pick up the current schedule either on sbcreeks.org or sbcreekweek.com. They're under the same challenges that everybody else is for not being able to have live events, but they do have some events that are distance where you're actually in a watershed or at the zoo talking about things. I think the worst casualty is the end of the week kind of celebration that's usually held on Saturday down at the water resource facility down at Hendry's. So hopefully next year we'll be back to a full schedule for Creeks Week. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks. Ms. Nedden.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I attended the Creeks Advisory Committee meeting, and yes, excited to kick off Creeks Week. We also heard from Melissa Hetrick. She's making the rounds with the sea level rise adaptation plan. I saw her there at the Creeks Committee meeting, but then also again at the Water Commission. So she's excellent presentation she gives. At Creeks, they also talked about the stormwater mitigation. So we saw that today. Attended, as Councilmember Jordan did, the UCSB Economic Forecast for Residential, and the residential forecast is booming. Their forecast is that the market is relatively impervious to effects of COVID. Attended Water Commission. Some big items there. The water conservation strategic planning is underway and developments in that. We are foregoing increases to water rates or recommending that for 2021. And then again, the draft SLR was there. COMB operations meeting. And a big thing that we continue to look at there is the design for a secured pipeline along the base of Kachuma there. And then also water quality and sediment management study that we'll get the results of at some point. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Friedman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I attended Beacon, Beach Erosion Authority for Clean Oceans and Nourishment, where Ms. Hetrick also gave her presentation there. It was really well received by Beacon, and we received approved the chair, Chairman Hart, sending a letter to us that Beacon will be supporting efforts as we go forward to seek grant opportunities and other sea level rise related capacity building for monitoring and sediment master plan. So Beacon and the city are going to be partnering and regionally on that. So with that, I will restart the social distancing playlist, and this week's it is MC Hammer, You Can't Touch This.
I like that song. On a less lively note, I attended the SB CAG meeting and we talked about unmet transit needs and the San Ynez River Trail Alignment Study. And that's it. So it looks like that's it for reports. Thanks, everybody. And we have no closed session after this. So this meeting is adjourned until next week. Meeting adjourned.